Hello everybody, thank you for joining me. This is the first official video in my way of explaining this broad spectrum of personality traits that we all somewhere fit within. And the purpose of this is to identify our own behaviour as well, but also to be wary of other people's behaviour. In my work, I'm more likely to see people who have, let's say, been on the rough end of bad behaviour. More likely they would have felt a victim or certainly controlled by others or by a system. And this has really affected their health, not only their mental health, it can actually affect their immune systems as well. So my intent really is to give you my broad understanding of this whole subject, which has become a subject that's talked about a lot. There's a lot of activity on social media about understanding narcissism and terms like sociopathy and antisocial personality disorders and even psychopathy. And so I'm really here to try to give you my take on this and also to encourage your feedback as we all learn together. I've actually drawn a line here as if natural processes do have a straight line, and in a way this linear approach isn't perfect, but it may well be simplified enough for us all to understand this. We all lie somewhere on this line, if we can say. I say there's a line of narcissism. You could say that as a culture, as a Western culture, as a modern Western culture, we're becoming more narcissistic, and that may not be a bad thing, because there's a degree of healthy narcissism where we hold good self-esteem. So maybe if you look around and you see people with their own identity now, with their cell phones, with their own personalised gadgets, with their personalised tattoos, taking selfies, for instance. This in many ways increases a feeling of individuality, of self-esteem, although it could sound a little bit flippant, but in fact what may well be happening is that we're moving away from being a victim of the world into finding our place there, annoying although some of those things are. So narcissism itself, it shouldn't be regarded as something terrible. It has to be in balance. It is really our self-esteem that's important. Very much like Narcissus looked into the water and saw his reflection. We're doing the same with selfies and possibly even with this video, so own up to that one as well. But the problem comes, of course, is when that, I suppose, degree of self-respect enters into other areas where we start imposing our being, our models, our control onto others. And that's when we watch and see narcissistic traits develop. So therefore, from somebody who is healthily aware of themselves, their uniqueness, but humble with it too, will sit very nicely right in the middle. In fact, if we look at Eastern culture and models of health, this balance allows the heart to open. So I can put the heart up here to open, which of course is and it's a sharing heart, sharing for yourself, sharing for others. So self-respect and self can lead very quickly to self-compassion, and that compassion can be something that will spread to others and to be noted by others as well. So it's no longer being selfish. Okay. I'd have to say that many of the people I'm seeing in our medical practice and our counselling practice maybe fall towards this end of this spectrum of narcissism. In other words, they have low self-esteem and can in fact become victims, particularly to others on this other side of the spectrum. There may even be an attraction from this person with lower self-esteem to somebody who is a little bit more controlling, has a little bit more up themselves, as we'd say. So often we may see partnerships form between the two, often at opposite ends. The interesting thing is that in the healthy world, this person here, as long as it's not pathological for them, may well be responsible for drawing this person into being more assertive. Whereas this person here, the quieter one, may well draw this person as they mature into being a more accepting, loving individual. And they may well meet in the middle. And as they evolve, then something very special can happen. And of course they will meet in the heart. I'd have to say it's probably more likely to happen with people who are not too much at the opposite ends of the spectrum. So therefore, you know, the guy who's controlling, thinking of myself, and puts all his thoughts and deeds into work, and comes home and doesn't help with the dishes or the garden, allowing this other person to do all that, eventually will learn that in fact that's not the way to be. So that person becomes more domesticated, if you like. Of course, home is where the heart is. Whereas this other person may become more assertive in life, and this is, you know, this is how healthy relationships develop. We meet in the middle, and that allows a meeting of souls, if you like, or personalities, and allowing them to experience higher levels of awareness and joy. However, the what I'm going to be talking about today is those who may not move into this direction, this balanced direction. Because although I'd say 99% or thereabouts fall into this, I'll draw a bell curve here, into this area, there are those at the other end who may well be at the point of no return. In other words, whatever we do to this 1% here, they're not going to shift back. We can't rescue them passively or actively. We have to recognize these. And these, right at the extreme end, we can call antisocial personality disorders, malignant narcissists, or the other term is psychopaths. So right at this end, we have the psychopaths, and they can be identified from the common garden narcissist by a couple of really worrying traits. First off, they're pathological liars, but they believe their own lies as well. So there's actually no conscience about lying. Most of us within this healthy realm unfortunately do lie. There are small lies, there are lies because we're embarrassed about things, we're trying to find our way out of difficult situations. We say, we're late for work, mate, because the traffic was bad, whereas in truth we weren't really looking forward to going to work, and we knew the traffic was bad, and we procrastinated and delayed things. So those are lies that I would say most of the population make. Problem with what happens with those lies to most people is they think twice about them, and they develop a little bit of conscience, and somewhere in the back of their minds they don't like it or like themselves, and they change their behaviour. This is not the same for those right at the end. It can be said that they'll never return to this more balanced situation. It is as if they're addicted to the control, and particularly they will see that, particularly at this end, are their prey. So they're the predators. And these are the prey. And that is their addiction. their addiction is greed, but there's a sadistic element to those right at the end. In fact, the more their prey suffers, and this is very sad, the more the prey suffers, the more kicks that they get. Can they be reversed? Well, I think it's very unlikely, and the best advice I can give to people who come into contact with these people is to avoid future contact. And if you can't avoid future contact, learn about them, learn how they work, and somehow separate them from your life in other ways. Maybe you can talk to them, but you put a shield around you, what some people call a Teflon shield, so that any injury is deflected off you. So that's the first of my talks on this whole subject, and I hope you find it helpful. And next time I'm going to progress with some more thoughts about how we can protect ourselves, but also what we can all do about it as a society, so that by recognising the dangers of this small number, we can in fact grow to be a healthier community. Thank you. Bless you all. Bye. Hi everybody. This is the next session in the series Goodbye Psychopaths, and this one's entitled How to Spot a Psychopath. Before I go on to that, and this is a really important session, just some explanation about the last session I had, coming from a query from somebody. Somebody asked me, as those who are on this narcissistic spectrum at the low end, are they also called codependent or labelled as codependent, people pleasers, people with strong empathy for others, but maybe slightly low self-esteem? Which I'd say yes, these are particularly the group of people that are prey to the predators, or the psychopaths there. Interesting enough, psychopaths themselves have a dependency, an addiction to control these people. The great thing is that those who survive these attacks and are helped actually move more towards, up the line, towards a healthy narcissism and healthy self-respect. And that's certainly the aim of the therapists and all the other people we're trying to help. Okay, let's go straight into how to spot a narcissist. And this is really controversial. There are experts in the field who suggest that we shouldn't be labelling people as psychopaths unduly, and of course I'll go along with that to a certain extent. However, I believe we've gone slightly in the wrong direction. I think we need to be alerted to the signs and make our own minds up in the right way. We'd have to say the experts haven't been particularly good at this, and that's why we have psychopaths in charge of so many important institutions and involved in so many destructive relationships. So I believe there has to be another way. Having said that, I have a lot of respect for the disease manuals which describe psychopathy, and also researchers like Robert Hare, who give you a checklist for a certain number of these traits, and you come up with a score, and if the score is high, then it's likely the person is a psychopath. However, you and me probably find that quite difficult to keep in our minds, and so today I really wanted to give you some indication of what I've learned through bitter experience to a certain extent, but also through a bit of research into what we should do first, how we should become alerted, what are the red flags. Okay. Now, I believe the most important thing, if we're confronted with somebody in our lives, either at work or in a relationship, or maybe say in a position of power in local and national politics, we should do our homework on that person. Just like in my medical training, the most important thing we can do is take a history. It's not just what is presenting to us on that day. We need to see whether a pattern has developed in the past. And like never ever in history, well, in the last few thousand years anyway, have we had such a great database to use, the person in the street to use. How we use it, of course, we're all learning how to be discriminatory, but ultimately we have Google and the other search engines. So the first thing I would have to say is do a check, because in most cases the malignant narcissist or the psychopath's behaviour will show up in their past indiscretions. And you have to be wise in using the internet as well. Remember, they may well use testimonials, which you should take with a grain of salt. Because they feel entitled, they may have all sorts of titles and initials after their name, and support of certain organisations. I think we have to see through all that. We have to be wise and take the bull by the horns, if you like. I'll give you the example of, say, Jimmy Savile in England, who received honours from the Queen, and for many years, it was only after he died that people realised how much havoc he had created, and that came from brave survivors and victims coming forth. Initially one or two, and then more and more and more and more. It's as if the organisations we trust, like the BBC, almost provided a smokescreen for the most serious offenders. The same thing you could say has happened in the Catholic Church, where here is another great organisation of trust, spiritual trust even, that has covered up the most serious offenders. So it's really time for us to take this into our own hands. Sure, we can listen to the experts, and I always follow the experts as well, but it ain't worked. It hasn't worked. So we need to change things. We need to become educated in this. We're all learning together, and hence this is what this series is about. So the first thing to do is how to spot them, is to do a background check on them, and that we can do that through the internet. We can sort of do it if we're about to vote for somebody through the media, but we have to be very cautious, of course, because the media itself may have a higher proportion of psychopaths than the rest of the population. The majority aren't, of course. Like the majority of politicians aren't psychopathic. One could say they have a narcissism that extends beyond the healthy in certain cases. But no, I think we have to do our own legwork, and we have to use our own discretion in that. And if, for instance, you're meeting somebody for dating or the internet, then be cautious, do ask around, do not jump into a relationship without really doing the groundwork. And sometimes you can do that through the internet, sometimes it's just through, it takes a bit of time through a close contacts or whatever. I still think probably the best relationships come from within our group of close contacts, so that we are supported through those relationships with a nice blanket of compassion, love and sensibility. Okay. When you meet these people, it is damn difficult to pick, all right, whether they're psychopathic. That's the whole point. I've taken a long time in my life to even address this issue. So I think most people are fooled, and we have to realise that. When somebody does turn out to be a psychopath, in general, looking back, one is seduced by a sort of glib manner. The psychopaths will wear a mask of respectability, even a mask of niceness, a sort of smile that doesn't quite make it when you look back. But at the time, we can be seduced by these traits. And this is something that grows on us. So I would be particularly suspicious of somebody who is glib, and yet it would appear that their actions don't quite match the confidence that they seem to have on their faces. And it's the age-old story of if you're going out with a guy and he's really nice to you, and you sit down for a meal and he's rude to the waiter or the waitress or the wait person, just be careful, because we know that he is putting on an act, and it is likely that his true self is reflected in those little connections with other people. So be careful of that. In general, the psychopath, well, they all have no empathy, zero empathy, but they have developed little tricks along the way to pretend they have empathy. So the more we can understand about empathy, the better. So because we can early on pick up the signs. Say you're talking to somebody about your illness or whatever, then do use your intuition to feel that really they're alongside you. Those who are trying to offer advice before listening, just watch those people. Ultimately, a lot of us do that, and that doesn't mean we're psychopaths, but I'm just looking at little hints that you can get. So if you feel that they're low in empathy, or something about their empathy doesn't quite click with you, then that's a sign just to be cautious as well. And I've talked about entitlement. The psychopath feels that they are special. They feel they are the king of the jungle. That's about the only thing they feel. They don't actually feel a lot of other things that we feel. They don't feel true empathy for others. They will see others, as I say, as prey. So they will feel entitled. So how they act when you first meet them, or in a work situation, if you've joined a company and you see somebody acting as if they're particularly special, be aware of that. Most psychopaths aren't murderers. You don't find the majority of psychopaths in prison. Most psychopaths are out there mixing with the rest of us. As I say, we're talking about 1% in the general population, but we'll find that those in positions of power, there may well be up to 10% of the people in positions of power have these dangerous traits. So maybe that those people in power who are trying to give us advice, be cautious about them themselves, be cautious about me, check up on me as well, check up on everybody. And the other thing is that the psychopaths that I have met now and I'm understanding don't have a great sense of humour, because to have a sense of humour one has to laugh at oneself. They may have a sort of wry smile, and it may be a derisive, rather nasty little streak putting people down, but they're not really that funny. They may well become, I suppose, a comedian with a mask who's a totally different person than the person they really are at, so we've got to be careful with that. But in general, they're not a big chuckle to be around. Okay, so that's just an outline of how to spot a psychopath. I'm going to go far more into some of these as the series progresses, particularly to look at the mannerisms of psychopaths, how they talk, what they say, what they don't say, who they blame, who they deflect on, how they recruit others in this spectrum to do their lying for them. I'll go through all that. Meanwhile, please subscribe down here, because I want to grow the community, and I want your feedback as well. This isn't an inclusive few minutes on the whole area. This is what I'm learning about psychopathy, and why I feel it's hugely important, because so the few out there can create havoc, and are creating havoc for the majority of people who are kind, open-hearted folk like you, and at times like me, I hope. Okay, so thank you very much. Bye. Thank you for joining me. This is a short session on one particular trait that psychopaths show, and that's winning at all costs. Now you may say, well, how does that differentiate them from the average elite sportsman or woman who understandably wants to win both for themselves and possibly their country? Well, the difference is that the great sports people of the world are actually challenging themselves a lot of the time. They don't take delight in seeing others lose. They're really focusing on their own performance. And most of them show themselves in this light, this wonderful light, if they do eventually lose, being very magnanimous about it with the person they've been competing with, and they shake hands, and they show that there's more to them, more to their life than just the intense competition that they've just shown. However, the psychopath is not like this. The psychopath will want to win at all costs, including cheating and lying. And as we found out, they don't mind lying because they have no conscience and no empathy. They take delight as well in seeing others lose. So they're addicted to this process of them winning and winning and winning. And there's no, like addiction, most addictions, there's no great end to this. I'll just explain how this can happen by showing you a picture of a hole with arrows pointing in it. Now this hole represents the hole that we're probably all born with. There's great evidence to show that we're born with an emptiness. And some of us are lucky enough in our childhood and other parts of our life to have that emptiness filled with what really fills this emptiness and loneliness, which is compassion and love and music and creativity and a purpose in life and supportive parents. However, most of us are left with still this addiction to the material world, and we try to fill this addiction, this hole, this emptiness, this unresolved grief, if you like, from many generations of war and unresolved post-traumatic stress and shell shock and disappointments or whatever. We try to fill this with the material goods, and quite a lot of that is fun. There's things we try to fill it with, material things, cars and houses and whatever. We may want to fill it with busyness. People say, "Are you busy?" rather than saying, asking whether you're busy being happy and productive. So busyness, we can become workaholics and we can fill this void, or try to fill this void, but knowing that in fact it doesn't work, like all the addictions. Obviously cigarette smoke tries to fill this void, and when people give up cigarettes they do feel sad and maybe take it up again when there's a relationship basically that's hasn't developed properly and ended. And of course there are other things. There's drugs and all the other material things that try to fill this hole but in fact never do, therefore fall right through, so we have to keep trying to fill this hole, and it's all in vain. Now the psychopath tries to, his addiction or her addiction is winning at all costs, fair means or foul. But not only that, it's not just winning, it's watching others lose. That gives them the power, and it's insatiable, and in fact it will continue and continue and continue, inevitably to a point where it no longer works, and there's a destruction not only of him or herself, but those around them as well. So it's important to remember that is the driving force behind psychopathic behaviour. And again, it can be picked up from doing your check on the person and seeing if this trait, this destructive trait, this insatiable trait, in fact shows through in their past history. So thank you very much for listening. Please subscribe. I'd rather you watched all of these in a continuous fashion, because each one will build on the ones that we've had before. I'm going to go on next time, I'm going to go on to explaining psychopathy as much as we can through Western medicine, through what we know about the brain of psychopaths. Then I may go on and explain it in other terms, in energetic terms, in Eastern medical terms as well, and I found that terribly useful. So thank you again for listening. All the best. Until next time, cheerio. Bye. Hello, today we're going to be talking about the brain, particularly the brain of psychopaths. There's very little known still about the brain of psychopaths, or in fact the brains of all of us. However, in the last 15 years technology has advanced so that we can actually measure the blood flow in certain parts of the brain when we think or react to certain things. This is called functional MRI scanning. It actually measures the increased blood flow and the use of oxygen in different parts of the brain. So it's very useful and an exciting area of neuroscience. Now, the study of psychopaths has still been very limited, and in fact it's been limited to those serious offenders and murderers and the like who are incarcerated in prison, and particularly those who score highly in the Hare classification tick list of psychopaths. But nevertheless, it's a growing area of interest, and it's very important, I think, for understanding of psychopathy. It's so important that we understand this condition so that we can protect ourselves, take avoiding action, but also in the future probably have plans how we're going to deal with this, even though it looks like the primary psychopaths will not improve through talking and counselling, and there's been no drug being developed, and less likely one that they're going to want to take anyway. So what do we know now, and what has science suggesting to us about the whole condition of psychopathy, that whole sorry condition? Well, this is a brain that I have drawn from the side, okay, and I see you're impressed. And this is basically the thinking part of our brain, and the coordinating part of our brain, and the sensitivity side of our brain, and the prefrontal cortex is where we make moral judgments and calls. You could say it's a higher centre. Tucked below this, in what they call the midbrain or the limbic system, is a little nut-shaped organ called the amygdala. And amygdala is ancient Greek for almond, so just remember that it looks like an almond. When you look at the brain from the side, you can see these are paired organs sitting in what we call the temporal lobes, all right, along the side. So we've got two of these guys. Now, this area lights up when we have emotional experiences. In fact, those people with post-traumatic stress syndrome have this area light up very easily. Triggers can light this up. It can sort of fire off. And that's why this condition is so troubling, because people will come home from war and bangs behind them, or loud noises, or any other thing that may startle some of us a little bit will startle them a lot. Okay. But what happens in the normal brain, and I'll say in the 99% of us, is that this does fire off where we see troubling images or we feel threatened. But there's a connection here between all the other parts of the brain, but particularly this part of the brain here called the prefrontal cortex. So although it fires off, we also very quickly, almost instantaneously, have a think about it and make a judgment about it and put it into context and reflect on it. So this is where we can make moral judgments about this. So a lot of these tests have been done on people who have been looking at troubling images or frightening images, say people who have jammed their fingers in a car door, other people. And the normal person, I'd say the normal person, the controls, did show a lot of reaction here, a lot of increased blood flow in this particular area, but also in this area as well. So not only were they rather shocked by the image, but they were able to put it in context and together feel empathy, because this is also an area that seems to process empathy. However, in those who scored very highly in psychopathy, there was less activity. In fact, there was less activity here, but pretty well no activity here at all. So although there was some minor reaction here, there was no reflection, no conscience, and no empathy, if you like. And it's interesting, when it was suggested that they themselves would be feeling pain, this was almost as active as the normal person. But again, there was no connection to this area which reflects, which goes some way to confirming why people with psychopathy tend to react impulsively, particularly the murderers, but also others with less physically violent streaks, but may have emotionally violent streaks as well. There's one further thing that has recently become to light, and in some ways even more disturbing, is that when these people were shown images of others suffering, not only was there reduced, pretty well no activity in these two areas, but this guy here, called the ventral striatum, lit up. Now that is part of what we call the basal ganglia, and that is really our reward centre, and therefore when that lights up, it would light up when we feel pleasure. It lights up particularly and produces this stuff called dopamine in addictions. And therefore, what it seems to show is that not only is there reduced activity in this area that would actually produce empathy, but also there's a delight in other people's suffering as well. And that's very disturbing, but it also fits with their observations. Also recently they've shown that increased testosterone in fact reduces down these connections here. So the testosterone, if it's raised, and particularly men obviously, then this enhances the psychopathic behaviour. So there it is, literally in a nutshell, in an almond nutshell. I hope you found that interesting. On the next session we'll expand this into other models of health as well, because not everything happens because it happens in the brain. The brain is basically a relay station. It's a processing plant. But this research is proving very valuable and will do in the future as well, and I hope you found that interesting as well. So all the best. Please subscribe and debate and criticise and give your own experiences in the comment section below. Tell me really how this seems to fit in with what you've experienced. Okay, so thank you and bye for now. Cheerio. Okay, I'm going to move into an area of interest of mine for a number of years, which has been how Eastern philosophy views our consciousness, our behaviour, our emotions, and our health. And this has really helped me a lot in my work. One of the areas I've looked at is this whole area of the growth of consciousness according to Ayurvedic medicine, and an understanding that it's not just the brain involved in this processing, but in fact the whole body. So when we say about having our hearts in the job, or talking about a heartfelt response, they really mean that the heart itself is involved. So in Ayurvedic medicine, and there's the system of what they call chakras, which is another word for wheels. And they would see that in fact the whole body together is responsible for and involved in the growth of our consciousness. And here are the different chakras: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And roughly speaking, as we develop and mature in this life, we go through certain challenges in each of these areas. In fact, sometimes they coincide with our growth from birth to about 30, and we start again with the birth of our children, or our godchildren, or whoever, the generation that's coming up, telling us where we've gone wrong. Okay. The chakra that's particularly important for the growth of our personal character a personal power, is the third chakra, and it sits here in the body. And I find this very interesting because maybe people who feel they're controlled in their lives, maybe in a job where they're getting pressure from the boss, pressure from customers below, can often feel it in their guts and may well develop acidity or reflux or acid in the stomach. That's just one example of a third chakra problem. In my first talk, I talked about this whole spectrum of narcissism that extended from one end, those who were victims of the world, to those who were very controlling. And here's the whole breadth of narcissism here. I won't put it all, I'll save time, just putting narc in. And in fact there's a healthy balance here. So some would say that this is where we achieve humble assertiveness, that in fact we're confident in our own selves, but we're not overpowering. So right at this end, the psychopaths would sit with. Whereas at this end there'd be empathy and sympathy. But possibly people who are easily controlled. On this end are the controllers, and they are the predators who prey on people this end. Then in fact that through life experiences and sometimes illness, this chakra develops to meet in the middle, to this, if you say, a 0 point here, where we have just the right balance of being humble, but just the right balance also of being assertive. And we begin to have self-respect and self-esteem, and that grows within us and can be picked up by other people and is empowering for other people. In other words, when this is in balance, then we're able to move into the next chakra, opening of the heart, if you like, here. And so we can say that this line may well sit in this model of health somewhere across here. And when that's in balance, the heart opens. And as we see in this line, there could be seen to be winners, and in the materialistic world anyway, the winners would be at this end. They're not obviously in the moral, ethical world, and there'd be losers here. But in the heart, everybody is joined, and therefore we're all in it together. Us, other people, animals and nature. So here we go into win-win. And when our heart's in balance, and that often means being compassionate to ourselves, we're more likely to put all our experiences together and find our voice, and then gain insight and an understanding of all our connectivity. So we could say this is where this whole spectrum of narcissism, including psychopathy, exists. And that in some ways these dark souls may be showing us the way, in fact leading people into becoming more assertive, but of course doing damage in the meantime. So I personally found this model very, very interesting and very helpful in my practice, and also empowering for people who are coming to see me. Here they are, here the chakras with these different energies meeting in the middle and allowing to go higher and higher. And as you can see, that is also the emblem of the medical profession. Here we go. We could say there's enlightenment at the top, with the caduceus here and the rod, the Hermes, going through. So I hope that's helpful, and that gives you some insight into other models of health, and where this condition of psychopathy and where personal power has got out of hand, where that resides. in my book, The Human Hologram, I talk about how this is actually a reflection of what's happening in society as well. So, interesting enough, we're seeing corruption being exposed in many high places, places such as governments and big corporations and banks and whatever. And so people are beginning to understand this, and probably to get to the next step as we evolve as a species. We need to appreciate this side as well and have ways that we can counteract this, recognize it and counteract it, while we ourselves focus on becoming more balanced and opening our hearts, not just for ourselves but for this planet. So, thank you very much. Next time I may explain this in some Chinese medical terms very briefly and hopefully simply. So all the best, and please subscribe and try and see these in series and add your comments down there so we can keep this discussion open. Thank you very much. Bye. I see the next step is to identify psychopathy in the world around us, and not necessarily the psychopath's image of Hannibal Lecter, for instance. I'm sure if you type in psychopath to Google Images, you'll get pictures of Hannibal Lecter and Heath Ledger as the Joker. True psychopaths, but these are gross archetypes. In some ways easier to recognize, although shocking, than The Psychopath Next Door, a wonderful book, The Psychopath Next Door. No, it is the social media and all of us that have to be upskilled in recognizing this dark energy. For instance, if it doesn't matter that this dark energy is not there in the majority of people, the minority can do a heck of a lot of damage, or rather like a guy with an automatic weapon that goes into a shopping mall and injures or maims or kills so many people. It only needs a small percentage for havoc to take place. So over the years I've heard these stories from people that have only really come out through patience and me allowing in my practice time for listening and a trust to develop in my home with my wife and my dog, so that these stories can come out. But even then I didn't fully get it until my own trauma. And now I fully get it. And I fully get the frustration of getting people to listen, more so to get people to do something that is going to mend and heal the souls of the folk that come to see me. I'm beginning to get it, but I'm still seeing people who I know are suffering because of the blame that's been put on them by the psychopath, which is one of their modus operandi. They do not blame themselves because they have no conscience. They believe their own lies. Those lies become the basis of what we call gaslighting. And gaslighting is creating another reality that isn't the true reality, but fits with the narrative of the psychopath. And in a corporation or industry, if this person is at the top, then that narrative will quickly be adopted by those directors or executives who are fearful of the person at the top. In other words, this is a dictatorship. And those other people aren't necessarily psychopathic. In fact, they're more likely to be codependent, uncomfortable in their skins. And as they enact out these lies, they themselves become uncomfortable. They may well resort to drink and drugs, that it will gnaw away at their hearts. They will become sick as well. They will become the prey, let alone all the other people lower down in the establishment and the others who should be stakeholders, the public. And this is what we're seeing on a grand scale at the moment. It is one of the reasons that Donald Trump has got as far as he has. One of this reason is that people don't trust the system anymore. And it's a dangerous situation because they are more likely to elect somebody totally inappropriate. The system has failed them. They have become victims and they want change. And they still haven't got enough self-esteem to change this from within, to change the system. So this is why I'm doing this series. It's to help us all understand this, all of us together to join, to make sure that this mindset, this perverted mindset, this inhuman mindset, despite the fact that it's been in humanity for thousands of years, it is now not something that we should tolerate. And through social media, through education, through the rise of the feminine and the appreciation of the feminine, all these will mean that these people will no longer rule our lives. That's enough for today. All the very best. Bye.
Hi, welcome back. Today I want to talk about perhaps the most insidious of all the techniques used by psychopaths, the thing called gaslighting. And it's happened to us, our family, and while it was happening we didn't really see it. However, when we got back home, or if that was the circumstance, or we sat down in the evening and talked about what had happened, it became obvious we had been conned in this really creepy way. One of the things it does to us is to make us feel quite ashamed, particularly if we're isolated on our own. I'm lucky because I can talk about it to others in great confidence. However, I've noticed over the years that people who have been subjected to extreme narcissism or psychopathy do carry a lot of shame and blame, and this is actually part of the psychopath's game. It is to make sure that their prey feels that they're actually guilty of something. You do feel a stupid dick, basically, when you look back and see how you have been manipulated in this way. And we all feel it. So the first thing I'm saying to people is that I know exactly what it feels like, that feeling of shame. So what is gaslighting? And I think it's a wonderful term. It is based on, the term is based on the movie that came out in the 40s. In fact, there were two movies, a British one and a Hollywood one, and that came after a play called Gaslight. And to cut a very long story short, the baddie, husband, manipulates the wife into thinking she's going mad by doing things like dimming the lights and making her feel uncertain that she's actually seen that happen, and moving pictures and pretending watches are there and whatever. He starts off, of course, as a smooth guy, loading many compliments on her, being generally smart and smarmy, and then starting infiltrating these lies and this other reality in with the true reality, and then upping the ante. So the person, the lovely Ingrid Bergman, I think, in the most famous movie, feels she is going mad, which of course he can confirm through many mannerisms, let alone just telling her that she's going crazy. Just those sort of looks and raised eyebrows and looking away. These are all the techniques used by psychopaths to gaslight people. So my personal experience of gaslighting, I'm only beginning to realise the extent of it. And luckily I'm a fairly analytical person as well, so I can analyse this without the trauma coming back to me too much. However, there are certain flashpoints about this, and this actually makes it quite difficult to talk about in a coherent manner. So if I hesitate and stumble, it's because it's not easy to do this. So the first thing that we experienced was a person and a corporation presenting themselves in a way that would engender trust, complete trust in them and their product. And this gave us the confidence to start an open discussion with them, trusting what would happen, what eventually would come out of their interests or our interests, very much like Ingrid Bergman did in this movie. Even when there were early mistakes made, because we are like most people and trust people, and also like most people we have doubt, we give the other person benefit of the doubt. I'd like to think that's what being a nice person, if that's not a judgment, a good person is. We live in doubt. If, for instance, we were asked what did we do 10 days ago at 4 o'clock, for instance, we would hesitate, then rack our brains and then come up with a sort of probability answer. The psychopath, extreme narcissist, doesn't have to worry about the truth and therefore can come up with a very definite answer, whether it's right or wrong. Seem to have a particular skill in initially tying up lies so that one lie can lead to another, and in fact, so they don't have a conscience about that. In fact, sadly, they tend to believe it as well. And remember, their goal is control. Their goal is not only winning, but the other person losing, their prey suffering as well. So anything that gets them to that point is, as far as they're concerned, the tactics they must use. So this is totally foreign to the majority of people. One doesn't have to be particularly codependent or somebody with a victim mentality for this to happen to. I'm making defense for myself to a certain extent as well. The person who is a psychopath or the controlling person can then enlist others and very skillfully convince them of their narrative, the psychopath's narrative, their lie, if you like. And that may well be employees, it may well be so-called friends. I don't think they have real friends, but they have codependent friends. There may be senior executives who, to survive in the environment of this sick corporation, have had to do this for a long time. They don't particularly like doing it. The majority are pretty poor psychopaths. They may be secondary psychopaths. In other words, they will say it, but they will say it with a degree of conscience. And they become the victims as well, because once you have a bit of a conscience about it, you have a dilemma, and you can get sick because you try to cover up things with probably with addictive substances, or it'll go internally and your immune system will suffer. So these people who are working in with the main psychopath will get sick as well. They're also the victims, but in fact they're being coaxed along. There will be many who will leave, and in fact if you're going to go past an evaluation to a diagnosis, you've got to look at the environment and the people that have been there before, and you'll often see a path of destruction. One of the reasons I'm doing this is that I believe that the inevitable outcome from such awful behaviour is destruction and self-destruction, sadly bringing people down with them as well. So gaslighting involves isolating the individual, just like any predator will want to isolate the prey. And this, of course, heightens the fear, heightens the fight or flight reaction within the victim, and it becomes very dangerous, and it's dangerous for their mental health, their physical health, definitely their physical health as well. And that's where I cannot stand back and see this happening in such a widespread scale. My own health was threatened to be suffered, and I have been able to use certain techniques, certain bits of learning for the first time. After all, if it happens to you the first time, you try to scramble through it. You try to work out a plan of how to counteract this constant, insidious, creepy, awful gaslighting. These creations of realities that are not based on fact. It needs huge degree of support to get through this. So I'm lucky within the family to be able to discuss this, and with good friends. But the psychopath will do their best to restrict that. They will be doing their best to try to isolate you. After all, as Oscar Wilde said, if you tell the truth, eventually somebody will find you out. There's a wonderful twist of phrases that he used. If you tell the truth, somebody will eventually find you out. Even though they tell the most awful, whopping lies that people fall for, hook, line and sinker, eventually it is impossible to be consistent with lies if you stay the distance and have a support of friends who are moderately intelligent and caring. It was Hitler in Mein Kampf that said that it is important, if you're lying, to tell big lies. Basically, it's the big lies that fool people, because people will say, well, gosh, that's so obvious, I'm going to ignore it. You know, it's just like to say, look, somebody come to say, look, it's midnight today. You know, I'll just ignore that. They just must be silly. When he said that in Mein Kampf, he wasn't actually talking about himself and his strategy for the, I suppose, expansion of his empire and the eventual destruction of so many millions of people's lives. He was actually talking about the Jewish race, built on what he would say was a lie. And that's the other thing I've noticed about these people, is that they don't quite understand mirroring. So when they're talking about you being the liar, or your narrative and your reality being wrong, they're really talking about themselves. That is one big chink in their armour. They say it with such force, though, that at the time it can be very distressing. The force they use is dangerous to us. It actually is a producer of post-traumatic stress syndrome. The biggest cause of complex post-traumatic stress syndrome, of course, there's bombs and extreme violence and murders and whatever, and that goes without saying. That's awful and terrible. But if you boil most of the post-traumatic stress syndromes down, it's a cumulative issues of loneliness and isolation and abandonment. And this is what they're doing. And we know that these tactics will not only cause anxiety and an attack on what I've shown before, the amygdala, which will keep firing off with even minor insults. So that's very dangerous as well. It'll also lead to chronic illness. And the illnesses that have been associated with this have been heart disease, all manner of autoimmune conditions and bowel conditions. And to a certain extent, we know that stress is a major player in pretty well every condition that we have in the first world and the Western world. So these people are not only upsetting us and robbing us, they may well be, and I'm sure they are, doing grievous bodily harm to us. They are dangerous, like the Jimmy Saviles, who of course was a psychopath, like the Harold Shipman, who was the doctor in England who kept killing people for years. Obviously a very great gaslighter, because so many people didn't get it until one or two people came in from afar. One of the funeral directors, a young funeral director, started to question why so many deaths were occurring in the doctor's surgery, and put two and two together. This is how adept these people are to what appears in retrospect to be so obvious, and why we need to be vigilant, and particularly my role is to prevent this awful virus that's out there, because I've seen it not only infect the obvious victims and the obvious prey, but also whole corporations. But not only that, it seems to infect what I'd say the cronies of the psychopaths as well, which may or may not be cronies, may or may not be psychopaths, apologise. They're certainly all cronies. But they're infected by this and they start behaving like this, and it's become very insidious. And the more we wake up to it, the more we'll prevent this disease and prevent it at its source, so that it doesn't do damage to us, our lives, our livelihoods, and the lives of future generations. So there you go. That's me on gaslighting. Okay. Keep the faith, and thank you for joining me. All the best. Bye. Welcome back. Empathy, apathy, and psychopathy. There's been a lot of feedback concerning empathy. Now, empathy is that quality that we have to feel other people's pain, other people's dilemma. We can actually feel it within ourselves, and some people who are known to be clairsentient will actually feel the pain of others. Many healers avow to this. So of course being empathetic is a strength. It is associated with vulnerability, but it's also associated with compassion and high moral values. I'll go back to the drawing board here, this line here that we drew at the start of these presentations, where we have the powerless at one end and the powerful, at least in the material world, on this end. And we could say that self-worth increases this way, so that the powerful have not only an enhanced sense of self-worth, but they feel entitled to being better than other people. Therefore they can change the rules, break the laws, and make up their stories, which are dangerous. Now, on this end, the powerless may have quite a bit of empathy. In other words, empathy grows this way. However, they may not have a lot of self-worth. They may be giving of their compassion, their love and energy to other people, giving away their power, rather than keeping their power at the same time as helping others. So for those people who are particularly empathetic, we should all help, because they're in a powerless situation in the world. They may be in the third world, they may be impoverished, they may be the guy on the street. We should all club together to help these people. We can help them by trying to
enhance their self-worth. But we may find that if that's difficult, we need to protect them. So ideally, people lie somewhere within the spectrum, in the, what the Buddhists would say, in the middle way, where they're both assertive, humbly assertive, but also confident. Now, I'm talking today about apathy because really the reason that the powerful, there's so few that are in the world that are so powerful at the expense of the powerless, is not the fault of the powerless on this end. It's really, if we would assign a fault to anybody but themselves, and we should assign fault to them, it should be to the majority who are apathetic. Apathy. We could say they're not awake. And it could say that those people who get it now have a role to help others get it as well. In the north of England there's this expression, if you're a bit dim-witted, you're called a daft apath. And the apath is a shortened, well, an abbreviation for halfpenny worth. So it says you're not worth much. So I'm going to be talking about today about the daft apaths who have apathy. Anybody who's created or a non-profit organisation, for instance, will know what a struggle it is, because most people who come together to form such an organisation, be it a conservationist organisation or some charity trust, knows the two or three movers and shakers, and they are empathetic, and they're basically in the middle here. It is unlikely in this situation that there will be a psychopath amongst you, but I wouldn't count it out. Okay, but I think it's unlikely because this is non-for-profit. It doesn't mean it's non-for-ego, of course, but it's in general. But anybody who's formed those associations will know that there's a few really enthusiastic people. And then as you gather momentum and members join, you'll find that most people will be happy to go along with the executive who are making decisions on their behalf, and they're very grateful that other people are going to make their decisions for them, and to do them their due, they turn up and they may pay their dues financially. However, there's always going to be one or two then, because if it expands to being over 100, the chances are you're going to get a psychopath invading this whole process from this end. And they'll show all the adverse traits of a psychopath, cause chaos, and may do their best to destroy this good works organisation. And those of us who have been in this situation, and I suppose many of us have been in the middle as well, really despair not so much as for the bullying tactics of this person or these persons, but the apathy of the rest of the group. And you write letters to them and calling for them to be a bit more enthusiastic and to speak up in meetings. In other words, to become activists, true activists. And this is going to be the solution to the psychopath problem that we have. We can't rely on just trying to convert the powerless, apologies, to become powerful. We all need to play a part in this and become activists. And being an activist doesn't mean having necessarily waving banners in the streets or sitting down in the middle of the road, although that might be your particular form of activism and good for you. It should be non-violent, and we'll all agree on that. And it should use any skill that you have. And we've all got them. So, for instance, if your way of helping an organisation that's fighting powerful is to knit socks, for instance, which I wouldn't know how to knit a sock, then that's what you do. And that is just as important as as anybody else who's trying to help. You may want to be vocal about it, you may want to write about it, you may want to sing about it, you may want to dance about it and raise money on a dance. You can be creative, so you need to be a creative activist. Now, what's happening in the United States may seem to be like a disaster with now the Republican candidate looking more and more dangerous. However, it may well be that this gentleman, Donald Trump, is a catalyst for this activism. It's shaking people out of their apathy. And when you see what's happening in the States, and Donald Trump's utterances and activities, you begin to also look more critically at the other candidates, and you may feel a sense of despair that we are actually putting our futures in the hands of the people this end, whether they're outright psychopaths or just sort of borderline psychopaths or whatever. So our Mr. Trump may well be shaking us out of our apathy, so that we're not daft apaths and pathetic into becoming activists. So I want everybody to decide what they can do to help this situation. Every little thing will help. And the fact that you're watching this video and hopefully subscribing down here is a real positive sign, and this is a call for you to become more engaged in this. Even comments and suggestions are important. So thank you very much. I'm going to add a little clip of a bathroom ballad I did 2 or 3 months ago, which I think will add something to this activism push that I'm trying to create. So thank you very much, all the best, and see you later. Welcome to Bathroom Ballads again. This is called Fool's Paradise. It's about those who are living a lie. It's the rest of them. You're living a lie. You're living a lie. You're living a fool's paradise. You're living a lie. You're living a lie. Living a fool's paradise. 1 minute high, 1 minute low. That's when you buy, that's when you grow. 1 minute up, 1 minute down. Well, you're riding your luck on your money go round, 'cause you're living a lie. You're living a lie. You're living a fool's paradise. You're living a lie. You're living a lie. You're living a fool's paradise. 1 minute right, 1 minute wrong. Well, you're faster than light, but you're taking so long. 1 minute won, 1 minute lost. Do you really have fun when you're counting the cost? You're living a lie. Yes, you're living a lie. You're living a fool's paradise. You're living a lie. You're living a
see history repeat again and again. You're living a lie, you're living a lie. You're living a fool's paradise. You're living a lie, you're living a lie. You're living a fool's paradise. You're living a fool's paradise. If we do consider this condition to be a virus, what are we going to do about it, and what are the analogies there? I've written this down in typical doctor writing, so I suspect you won't be able to read any of that. What happens when I see anybody that comes in with a virus, a cold virus or a tummy bug or whatever? I listen to the symptoms. And in the case of the psychopath, I'm much more likely to see the victim of this virus rather than the perpetrator of this virus. And I've already explained what those symptoms are. Low self-esteem, but it may well be that if this has been going on for a long time in a relationship, the person is physically sick, and will it will only come out after several years or visits, or sometimes years, that behind it all is such an unhappy, controlling relationship, that for social reasons and lack of support from others, the person has been unable to get out of this relationship. Similarly, I may see several people from the same organisation come with symptoms, and symptoms of depression, anxiety, occupational overuse, so they've tried to hide their worry and their concern in overwork. And you can often see, like a virus, it's spread through a particular organisation, and one becomes very apparent that one's should be seeing other people. We should see the source of this as well. So we're often seeing the symptoms in the victim. It's rarely that the psychopath will present to us. And I'd have to say, if they did, we'd be fooled like everybody else, because believe it or not, most doctors, well, general practitioners in particular, are people pleasers and actually trust people that they're coming along telling the truth, because it doesn't do anybody any good if you go to the doctor and don't tell the truth, but ultimately the only person who's going to suffer is yourself. So we're used to actually trusting people and seeing people in the best light and looking for the light and the Buddha in their hearts, and so we're not particularly good at this. However, we can identify the problem, I think, through the history. And we're so, I suppose the human race, the Western human race, the modern first world has advanced to a point where we have the internet, and that's becoming easier and easier for us to do searches and find out about scams and find out about how people have been suffering. Even so, we're missing a lot of this, but ultimately we've got that at our fingertips. As far as relationships are concerned as well, as I've said before, the person who is in a relationship should do due diligence. More and more people that I'm seeing at the university, for instance, are coming for health checks and sexually transmitted disease checks, screening, before they enter into relationships. And both individuals in the couple are deciding this is a good idea and this is such a healthy thing. But to me it emphasises good background checking. And so just a little bit of caution is needed when we're entering into any relationship, and that includes when we go for a job interview. We get a feeling of whether the job we're going to has been the job of several people over the last very few years. In other words, people have come and gone. And as I say, this is very difficult to pick. I think we're all going to struggle with this, and hence this is why I'm doing this, is to so that we all can learn together.
once we have identified psychopath, and I'll just repeat what the psychopath's activities are like, and basically it's by their acts that they're judged, rather than by their facade, because their facade is often smooth, calculating, in some ways horribly pleasant. But the psychopath, of course, isn't pleasant. The psychopath doesn't have compassion and feigns compassion, pretends to have compassion. So that's very difficult to pick. They also are liars, and they're pathological liars, and they believe their own lies. So they will pass lie tests much better, because they don't hesitate about their lies, nor do they get anxious about them as well. So that's, again, very difficult to pick, unless you're with somebody and make a record of what they've said, and you go back and say, did he really say that? Did he really say this thing that he contradicted in the next sentence, and said it with such a smile on his face that he got away with it at the time? But also remember that the true psychopath, and this differentiates the psychopath from just the common garden narcissist, and possibly sociopath, and I believe all these terms are very confusing, and we're only just learning to use them properly. But I would say that the psychopath differentiates themselves by actually getting pleasure, getting their kicks from the suffering of others. So in other words, it doesn't matter how much there's been a history of calamities and carnage around them. Somehow that is some way filling their need, giving them their kicks, satisfying their deepest cravings. Ugh. Winston Churchill talked about, I suppose, the brain of the psychopath, and how that seems to be locked into the lower part of the brain without wonderful connections from the emotional centres, which do not fire for other people, only fire for themselves, and the higher centres would actually allow you to look down on your acts and make judgment and make moral judgments or whatever. And so it's not too strange to feel that these are akin in us to animals who have not developed huge senses of compassion. And I do feel I don't want to diss crocodiles when I say this, because there is evidence that crocodiles nurture their young rather nicely. But I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's famous quote about Neville Chamberlain, who of course failed to appease Adolf Hitler with his piece of paper, coming back, landing in Britain with his piece of paper. And of course that didn't in any way prevent war, only gave people a false sense of security. So Winston Churchill was one person who could identify and call out a psychopath in the form of Adolf Hitler. Churchill said, an appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile hoping it will eat him last, and that's exactly what will happen if you start appeasing these people. So ultimately the smart person, if they're in a work situation where their manager, their boss, or even a fellow worker is making their life absolutely miserable and those people won't go, is they have to get out, and then the smart person will get out. There will be those who will want to stay, and if they stay, they are at risk of becoming, I'd say, a secondary psychopath, but not to the same extent. In other words, they'd be more the person who is staying there for their own narcissistic reasons. The problem with that is that if they have any conscience at all, they will get sick. They will revert to drink or drugs, and there'll be an inner conflict within them, which will mean that eventually they will get very sick indeed. However, they may or may not go, and that's not the concern of the other people who do go. It's terribly difficult once you identify this in a very close relationship, obviously, is to extract oneself, because even if you extract yourself, that person may well be so vindictive, well, they will be so vindictive, especially if the psychopath, and still want to win at all costs, and that winning is the sort of destruction of the person's spirit. I believe we can do it, though. I believe we can do it by getting together, by being informed. I don't think you should leave it to the so-called experts, because that hasn't worked. We need to become the experts. We need to become the doctors, and we need to advise each other and stick together. Thank you very much. Today we're going to talk about how we're going to break the code of the psychopath. And this isn't easy, because the psychopath hides behind a facade, and it's in fact, this is the facade we have to look through and see through. It's often a cool facade, a smooth facade, a smiley facade. It may well be a facade that's presented on the media, and the media is much more two-dimensional, not even three-dimensional, it's two-dimensional, so it may be quite easy to present a facade on the media. The actual business the person's involved in, if they are involved in a business, can be a facade as well. They may hide behind the facade of good works, altruism. They may hide behind the facade of a title, honoured by a dear authority figure. So, and of course this fulfills their sense of entitlement and amplifies their sense of entitlement as well. So how do we see beyond this? Because each one of us has been fooled by these facades. Each one of us has been drawn in and seduced by this image, this attractive image that seems to tick all the boxes. How do we see beyond it? And how do we warn other people to see beyond it? Particularly when we discover it, the majority won't have got to that level yet. It's almost like we're trying to protect others. If we're in a relationship where you find this out about somebody who's close to you, a partner or a spouse even, you become aware of it before everybody else, and everybody else may well feel that person is wonderful. And if you do split, the good partners that I've talked to in confidence here are actually wanting to warn the next partners of this, because although they're hurt and damaged, these are the partners, the people who have been prey to these predators, they're still good people. They haven't damaged their souls, yay, so that's good. So how are we going to see through this facade? Well, one of the ways, I think, is to somehow record them. You can record them in your own mind, you can record them on your phone, and you may have to be careful about that. But do remember that you are the good one in this. You are the honest one. And their tactics are very difficult to counteract at the time. At the time you feel hypnotized. You feel that they are entitled to say what they are saying about you. If you record them and go, or either physically or go back in your mind, you will be able to realize in your own power, in your own time, how you've been duped, and you can do something about it in future. So there's certain things that you can do once you've recorded them. You analyze what they are saying without the hurt that's happening at the time and the feeling of inadequacy. You can do it in the cold, when you are relaxed and receptive. And so we analyse what are in fact put-downs, that are in fact they're gaslighting techniques. Just an example of that is if you are brave enough to accuse them of something, they may well say, "Do you really think that I would do that?" or what a strange thing to say. So what they're saying at the time is they're not answering the question at all, but quickly gaslighting it, turning it over to the fact that you are the one who has made the mistake. You're the one who is dim enough to think that this has happened. Do you really think or do that? In other words, you become the problem and they become the victim. The other thing they do is quick to blame others. So if you do question them about something, then they will turn round and blame everybody else. And they will not care who they blame. The surprising thing is that they'll blame people who you think are close to them, who you think are their friends, or think are their family. They blame their own grandmother, their own son or their daughter, rather than themselves. And they'll do it in such a way that they won't have a conscience, because they don't have a conscience. They sometimes use, if you do confront them with a very reasonable argument, they may reply by saying, I don't know what you mean by that. But not that, hey, please explain this. It's an end statement. I once complained I was the subject of an ad hominem attack. For those few of you who don't know that, that means that you're attacking the person and not the argument. To which the person says, I don't know what an ad hominem means. But in a way that I don't need to know, because I'm entitled not to know. It's not like, could you explain what that means? Like 90% of people, humble people, would say, well, look, I'm not quite sure what that means. I'm not quite sure of Latin. No, it's like, I don't need to answer that because I haven't been given that information. If they do say something black that says that black is white and white is black, saying, you weren't at work yesterday, or you weren't at this place yesterday, or you do this and you do that, when you know it's in fact completely wrong, and you say, no, I was at work yesterday, or I was at this place yesterday, they'll quickly say, don't interrupt, okay? You're not listening to me. So they will counteract a lie with an aggressive statement, making you feel inadequate. The fact that you've come in very quickly to point out that they're talking rubbish doesn't affect them at all. They'll come back and they will aggressively insult you and make you feel awful. Not only will they say, don't interrupt, but, I find you're always interrupting. This is where, because if you do try to point out that they're lying all the time, they'll go back to you that not only are you interrupting now, and that means you're very rude, it also means that you're always rude and interrupting. Okay. Also, the mirroring that the psychopath does. They may want to get you angry because over the years they've learnt techniques, they learn to feign their emotions. Therefore, not only do they like to see you angry, because they like to see you suffer and out of control, but they're learning these techniques. Having said that, if you do touch on anything personal about them, they are very quick to anger. But you can criticise their business and the people close to them, as I've said. And strangely enough, they don't leap to their defence. It's only to their own defence. It's the only person they're really interested in. So I hope that's been helpful. The recording ran out a few minutes ago, so I've sort of come back, and I hope it's not too disjointed. So I think we can do it. I think that we can start deciphering the psychopath's code. It does need us to stand back from when we're being under attack, join together, have discussion groups. I believe this is probably what's happening around the world now, as people can see through the lives of psychopathic leaders and narcissistic leaders, and they go away and they reflect rather than react. It's a sign of a mature consciousness that can do that. And so there is, as ever, hope. And just like charity begins at home, then analysis and breaking the code begins with our own personal experiences. And this is, for me, and I think for most of you, a very personal journey of discovery, oddly catalyzed by these people who have been proved so dangerous to us, our society and our world. But I'm confident that we can do it with your feedback and your wisdom, and thank you very much for those who have taken the time to both respond to me, correct me, and guide me. That's very kind. So please subscribe and try and share this around, because this isn't just my gig, this is a gig for all of you as we learn together. So thank you as ever, and have a wonderful week. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining me yet again. This is the first and probably the only Goodbye Psychopaths that I'm reading from a script, and the reasons for this will become clear in the next few minutes. Thank you. As many will already know, the motivation behind these chats is to help educate and inform others who, like ourselves 6 years ago, are still unaware of the depth of the crisis here in New Zealand. Without our ongoing trauma, we would find it hard to believe the degree of ethical and moral corruption that has secretly and silently perfused our New Zealand way of life. And yes, we are a little different from the rest of the developed world in this, sadly. For 25 years, Trish and myself have stepped out of a predominantly reactive medical model to seek the deeper causes of ill health. We treat illness allopathically where appropriate, but look beyond to the roots of ill health, and perhaps more importantly, to the roots of true health. This has been enormously rewarding for us, not financially necessarily, but very enriching for our hearts, bodies and souls. It means, though, that we have had to identify toxicities in our environment and our society to help people purify their lives. As a qualified doctor, I have a strong ethical and moral imperative to identify and report dangerous pathogens, and then do my best to eliminate them. Like all those similarly affected or infected, we did not openly invite the scourge of psychopathy into our lives. To relate psychopathy, metaphorically, to a viral illness or a cancer is not too far-fetched. Not only have we personally witnessed and continue to witness the malignant effects of this pathogen on ourselves, we are now on a daily basis witness to the fallout of this hidden epidemic around the country. The hopes and health of hundreds, possibly thousands, have been affected, admittedly to varying degrees of seriousness. Some will have been able to shake off the trauma and continue their lives relatively unscathed. However, more will have moved on with hurt and with their anger unresolved. Of these, some will bury their trauma in drink and drugs and sugar even. Not only will they try unsuccessfully to bury their hurt, they will carry the guilt imposed on them so wickedly by the source of their psychopathy. They are the many who suffered unknowingly from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and their lives are in danger from the toxic effects of these addictive substances concealing their anger and grief. In addition, repression of their emotions and the blame and the shame that they carry has a direct effect on their immune systems.
It is known that such stress contributes to chronic illness, heart disease, cancer, and of course depression, insomnia and anxiety. And of course it breaks up homes and relationships. But this session is not really aimed at the psychopathic source that continues to wreak such havoc in our community. It is at the cover-up of this epidemic by the institutions who now know of its existence, but through greed prefer to let the suffering continue. Two of these institutions or corporations have the letters NZ in their name. Something that over the years we would have expected to mean they carry the interest of New Zealanders at their core. But now, after 3 to 4 decades of so-called neoliberalism, their only motivation seems to be shareholder and personal profit. They appear to be run by greedy people who have reached the so-called top of their field, so they can fill the emptiness of their souls with money and materialism. Some will be satisfied in this life, at least by this, but most will end up sick and lonely and unfulfilled. A small percentage will be genetically programmed to try to fill this hole by relishing the suffering of others. This is a depravity we wouldn't have imagined 6 years ago, but sadly it has been perhaps our most important lesson. And so for the sake of greed and profit, a few at the top of our society structure, in our media, our banks, and sadly our legal and government systems, are willing to let such situations continue. The majority in these corporations are of course decent, intelligent, compassionate human beings with varying degrees of awareness of the corruption, but also all with varying degrees of powerlessness. Over the last 6 years we have frequently witnessed within the same hour this great dichotomy of the human soul. One moment witnessing the love and dedication of families and caregivers looking after the sick and the dying. Next moment the lying and cheating from those consumed by greed and fear. If we are grateful for anything, it is for this experience of the full drama of life. So this is a call to the 95+% who work in these institutions to speak out. They can form groups to protect themselves. As in recent months, those who have sought and found such truths have been ruthlessly expelled from their jobs. And from our observation, these are our best people. If our experiences carry any meaning, we hope they serve as a catalyst for change and waking up the majority who call this magnificent country home. The major corporations may feel they can steal our personal sovereignty with their psychopathic ways. Well, they can't and they won't. We won't let them. And remember, it is us, not them, that are too big to fail. Thank you. Yes, and please share and spread the word and subscribe. Thank you. Bless you all. Bye. Hi everybody. Just a short one this time about how we heal from a psychopathic interlude in our lives. Interlude, it sounds a bright and breezy term, isn't it? Like most of you, you would have heard that the main message that people give you is to get out, escape the situation. I found that only partially helpful because in our position that was for many reasons impossible, and I have also met other people who have found it particularly difficult. Not necessarily impossible to get away from the mental anguish imposed on you by this force, but actually physically to get away can be difficult for financial reasons, for many reasons, for family reasons or whatever. So for those of us, or those people who feel they can't get out, we should have certain tactics to help ourselves in the short term and also in the long term. What I've felt, and I think a lot of people would feel, is anger, and we need to acknowledge the anger. The anger is valid.
beneath the anger of grief, and usually this involves losing something dear to us, there is sadness. So there may well be a mixture of anger and beneath the anger, tears. So it's all right to cry. In fact, when you start to cry, maybe that helps release some of the anger. And we should be wise with our anger so that we don't hurt others or impose ourselves on others or generally be a pain in the neck. So we need to express it. We can write it down. We can shout at the beach when the weight of the waves take it away. And we can be consoled by people who care. It's important to only share this information with the right people. And I'd have to say the majority of people may not be a lot of help. Obviously people who have been through similar situations in their lives can be a great help. But others may be unwittingly guilty of making things worse for us as well by comments that aren't particularly helpful. So we use our intuition, I think, in choosing who we share this with. One thing that does tend to happen as part of a natural healing process is that once we start recognizing this behavior, how it's affected us, we also see how this force of psychopathy, this sociopathy, is at work in the broader world, around us, in our country, and in the world as well. How there's an addiction to material goods, to busyness, to greed, to all sorts of things. As we understand that the psychopath is addicted to power, they're megalomaniacs, that's a lovely old term, and sadly they're addicted to the suffering of others as well. It's how they get their kicks. This is initially a great shock to most people because most people aren't like that, but when one looks around one begins to realise that these people are around in prominent positions as well. So it's difficult not to get cross and grumpy about that. But that is a stage of getting through. It's important to get real and know the psychopath will never be forgiven in the traditional way that we're used to forgive others. It is possible, I think, to realise that the psychopath, we don't know where they've come from. We cannot blame an unhappy childhood necessarily in the most severe psychopaths, nor can we necessarily find obvious genetics. They're a mystery, maybe a mutation. So in a way we can't find any real angle to feel sorry for them, but we can certainly feel sorry for other people that are affected, and we can start doing something about this. I believe, and I've had to believe, and I think many of us will believe, that if we've gone through this, there is some sort of reason behind it, and at the time it's very difficult to work that one out. But I believe that is so. We certainly can be a lot of help to other people, and we can help be the change as we help change other people's lives. We'll go through a stage of, I suppose, linking in with some of the conspiracy theorists. I have actually a lot of time for conspiracy theorists because when it comes down to many things, they've been right. The only problem is, as a group, one can tend to feel negative, and within the groups like that, there can be a lot of angry people. If one goes onto the internet, one can see the comments of people's unresolved anger, and maybe some who will feel comfortable in their anger as well. as far as conspiracy is concerned, we'd have to remember that those people who were, say, doubtful about going into Iraq and were doubtful that there were weapons of mass destruction hidden in bunkers there have proved to be right. Those who've been, I suppose, wary of bankers fixing rates and foreign interest rates as well, been proved right as well through the LIBOR scandal and the Forex scandal as well. So one has to realise that one does become, as you go through this, as you heal, more suspicious about what's going on in the world. I think it's helpful for that suspicion not to turn totally into cynicism, because then you become a person that's not great to be around. But by all means include these feelings, this expression, this being yourself in your work, in your art if you're an artist, in your poetry if you're a poet, in your writing if you're writing, in your cooking maybe if you're a cook. Use the information and the wisdom that you're gaining for the benefit of yourself, but use it creatively for the benefit of others, and yes, be the change so that you become an example for those who are yet to understand what's happening, those who are apathetic because as yet they haven't realised what's happening in the bigger picture. Okay, so and by all means, please keep happy and joyful, because that's one of the reasons we're here, to spread joy. All the best. Bye. Thank you. Hello everybody, we're back to our more informal way of doing things now. I'd like to express my gratitude to those people who have been generous enough to give me their feedback. I see this process, as I've said many times, as one of learning for us all, and I hope to be a catalyst for that, and I'm certainly learning more as I'm going on by communicating and listening to people who have been through possibly similar experiences, traumas if you like, and yet refuse to follow a rule that seems to have occurred by default over a number of years, that we should run away from this situation. I totally understand those people who are so trapped that they need to escape, and particularly in relationships where one is being so controlled. I've been in a situation, I think many other people have been in a situation, that you can't really totally escape from the situation, and especially if this is altering your life, nor if you're seeking meaning in what's happening to you at the expense, I say, of a psychopath or a psychopathic mindset. Then for me, it's inappropriate to run away. It's much more appropriate to find meaning from this and to grow from this, and to let everybody know what I'm learning, and therefore to receive feedback from people is very important, because I learn more this way. So many thanks to all those people who have responded, and I'm going to quote from two people in particular who have been very helpful to me. One is Millard Melnick, and I hope I pronounced that right, from America, who was talking about this mindset that turns us into, I suppose, victims, and why we should be catalysts to change that and to help people. And I think it's a movement that's out there. It's virgin territory, but hopefully it is all changing. So here's what Millard says in his great wisdom. I think it's nearly virgin territory. Everyone, even professionals, say to us, run, run, run away. I don't believe in doing that. Besides, it just results
in what we have had for thousands. It just results in what we have had for thousands of years. Psychopaths ruling everyone else and inflicting their insanely violent games on us, simply because they are willing to go far further into psychotic madness than any of us are. So they always win at chicken. So why are we trying to play chicken with them in the first place? Although our sages have decried the psychos' games and promoted alternatives for the rest of us, no one has seriously tried to change the game on the psychos yet. Not that I've found anyway. That's what I want to explore. I get all kinds of warnings, predictions of failure and calamity, etc. to this idea. That's how I know I'm onto something worthwhile. Absolutely. Every barrier that comes up tends to prove to me that we're on the right track and presents new challenges, making this whole thing desperately important, but also interesting, and sometimes challenging and exciting. I'd like to thank WTL, I don't know your full name, for your very learned expression of what is happening to you and probably to the wider community. What I've learnt from you is an understanding of, let's say, the other side of psychopathy, particularly in corporate structures, the need for the psychopath to have blind followers. And these blind followers also can be termed sycophants. And so I've looked at the meaning of sycophant. We've heard this term very many times before, but I'm trying to get to its roots. In Webster's dictionary, a sycophant is simply a person who praises powerful people in order to get their approval. It's almost that, certainly in organizations and big corporations that have psychopaths at the top, they certainly need almost a team of sycophants around them. Yes men, yes women. Just like a gang, a bullying gang, needs their followers. I found this article prompted by WTL. He sent me this article, which I thought was very revealing, from written by Max McCown, who works as a strategic advisor for 4 or 5 of the most admired companies in the world. So he knows from the inside what is happening. This is, to quote Max McCown, or McEwen maybe. Far too many organizations are stuffed with sycophants, prepared to overlook anything shady, illegal or unethical, as long as they are getting to hang around and share some power, even if that means pandering to a corporate psychopath. Further down in the article he says, do you pretend to be a psychopath or a sycophant, mirroring but not believing the behaviour that lets people get promoted? You mirroring this dark energy. Are you not being true to yourself? Because I think, this is me talking here, because if I think that happens, there's inner conflict, and actually that's very bad for your health. Or do you find another way that neutralises the sickness, or simply lets the empathetic amongst us prosper? So all these wise folk are really saying that, no, we need to be proactive in our fight and awareness of psychopathy, both in individuals and the psychopathic mindset in organisations. And to find further meaning, I have, as always, listened to my mentor, and I wish he was my personal friend, but he's my mentor, Leonard Cohen. I love his song Democracy, and even more so I love the way that he has expressed this as a poem. You can find that on YouTube. And what he's saying, and said many years ago, I think he probably wrote this in the 90s, that democracy isn't going to be coming from
a movement of light necessarily without the challenge from the dark. In fact, it's the darkness that we're seeing around the world, the exposure of the psychopathic mindset that's leading us, that's helping us into this state of enlightenment and democracy. And it's maybe not going to happen overnight. It certainly is not going to happen overnight, but it is going to happen. And I love some of these phrases. I just quote from the end of his poem here on democracy. Democracy, it's coming from the sorrow in the street, the holy places where the races meet, from the homicidal bitchin' that goes down in every kitchen to determine who will serve and who will eat, from the wells of disappointment where the women kneel to pray, for the grace of God in the desert here and the desert far away. Democracy is coming to the USA. Sail on, O mighty ship of state, to the shores of need, past the reefs of greed, through the squalls of hate. Sail on, sail on, sail on. So everybody, sail on, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, thank you for joining me again. Today I want to talk about how to keep one's power when confronted by a narcissist or a psychopath. How not to fall victim, fall prey to the predator. And in recent weeks I've had to address this as a doctor supporting employees, 2 employees in particular, who've been bullied in their workplace. The first one was obviously a very capable young woman working in a cafe. Because the population here in Auckland has expanded, there are many cafes, and it may well be that the employers think that they can be tough on their staff to such an extent as they are doing at the moment. Now, a lot of really great employees out there, obviously, in many cafes, run very smoothly. But in this particular case, the lady who was obviously doing the work of 6 people, she's saying, was constantly being picked on and bullied to such an extent that she was having anxiety attacks and panic attacks. And of course, like with everybody, as we've discussed before, there's trauma upon trauma. May well have been trauma in when this lady was young, and many other times. But on this occasion, it was getting pretty well impossible for her to work. I have to make a judgment call with people as well, and my impression was that she was a very articulate and diligent person, and really was being bullied. I don't know if the employer in this case was a psychopath or not, or maybe just a narcissist or a generally difficult person. But we discussed how we were going to get round this. Well, the first thing, of course, to do, as we've said before, is try to get out of that relationship. And that may not be easy in the current job market. However, it's important for one's health for that to happen. And so the first thing I did was reassure her that I thought she was a really quality, nice person who other employers really would be very lucky to have. So the first thing I think is, if one is a friend or an advisor to somebody in this situation, give them as much support as possible. Use your good judgment on that. I also was only too happy to sign her off for 2 weeks, because she's actually was looking for a job and had handed in her notice, but had 2 weeks to play out, and even that was going to prove very difficult for her. So I have no qualms at all about doing that. It's very good preventative medicine. And again, one has to use one's judgment on that, but that was important. And the other good point about her was that she said that her stepfather was in fact an employment lawyer, and instructed me how to write this certificate, well, through her, of course. So this is another thing to do, is that if you're confronted by somebody like this, then it is important to know that for that person to know that you have friends, but also have people who can support you in a professional way. Therefore, it's up to all of us to support the person. And therefore, that entitlement that this person may be using, this abuser, if you like, may be using, can be somehow stifled by these actions. So therefore, one of the things that people have over and above the extreme narcissist, the malignant narcissist, the psychopath and sociopath, is that they have true friends, and true friends that can support them, and friends who know friends, and therefore can not only just support the people going through this, and this is the same for any relationship that one might have with a narcissist or a psychopath, but can also produce results like this. I recently saw on the internet, on YouTube, a wonderful video of a tree that's populated by green ants. Not very pleasant things, basically, if one is in their vicinity. But basically this tree, somewhere in the tropics, I think it was tropical North Queensland, was populated by literally hundreds of thousands of these ants. Now, then appeared in this tree this thing called a tree scorpion, which is about 100 times bigger than the ants, and it ventured up onto a leaf. And of course this is, in the insect world anyway, and in our world as well, not a very pleasant big insect, big creature with a powerful sting in its tail. But the ants were able to communicate with each other, as ants do, through detecting each other's smells, pheromones, and other types of connection that keep the colony together. Something called quorum sensing is thought to occur, and rally round and have a plan to dismantle this creature. And 2 or 3 of them that nipped off its horrible sting and carried it away, and either ate it or discarded it or whatever. So the moral of that story is that is community. Community is the way. If you feel that there's a monster in your midst that's overpowering you, then we bring the community in to support us, because like the ants, we have good connections. It could be said that the Arab Spring in Egypt occurred because of Twitter. Many other, I suppose, modern revolutions have occurred through communication, and that to me is how we're going to say goodbye to psychopaths and narcissists. There was one further consultation I had recently where I saw, this was in fact last week, a lady came to me and she'd seen another doctor early on in the week, and she'd been very sick. And she was having chest pain and stomach pain and vomiting, and was in a very poor condition. She was in her mid-50s, I think. Anyway, the previous doctor had seen her, done a lot of tests, advised her to rest. She came to see me 4 or 5 days later, and I said, look, the tests are better. She'd also had, the tests that were in fact all right, but had shown that she had quite a severe viral illness. They'd done some heart checks on her, and they had been normal. But she'd been in a poor way, and she was looking very, very tired. And I said, well, how have you been getting on? She said, well, I've been working all week, and my employer, once the employer found out that I wasn't having a heart attack, kindly suggested that I should be working as a machinist all week. To which I was fairly concerned, and I said, well, look, I'm not sure if this job is doing you a lot of good, if that's the case. Have you had any other occasions during this job to to feel uncomfortable, and she says, absolutely yes, I feel I'm being bullied. And I said, well, you're being bullied this week because you certainly have shouldn't been working in this situation. So I gave her a note to be off that day, which was a Friday, and the following Monday. I said, at least you're going to need this time to recover. An hour later, the employer phoned me through the practice. I thought as a concerned person, but started to tell me off that this was only a viral illness, and she herself had viral illnesses and of course continued to work. And why was it, in fact she started abusing me, why was it that I felt this way? And I said, well, it's my job, and you know, I feel that very strongly that she should have been off work for more days. To which she replied to me that in fact she thought I was the problem, and she slammed the phone down. Now, within those 90 seconds, one can identify certain things about people. First of all, she felt important enough to phone through to a doctor's surgery who was busy to tell them this. Secondly, she didn't particularly show a lot of compassion in what she was saying. I did understand that she may be running a business and was under pressure. So I'm not labelling her a psychopath, although she was beginning to tick some of the boxes, and certainly she felt entitled to be in this position. And then at the end, of course, when she asked me why I made this decision, and she made this comment that I was the problem, she showed what many extreme narcissists and even psychopaths say. They try to turn it around, that they are in fact the victim to the situation, and also blamed me for the whole problem, which means they were gaslighting, so they ticked a few points there. So moral of all these stories is that don't, please, if you're in the situation of being bullied at work, whether it's from somebody you think is a psychopath or just generally nasty, talk about it to your friends, because the chances are you'll have a lot more friends than this person. Pull rank, use a professional, and somehow outrank them, outmaneuver them, because you are generally more smart. You're generally more smart than they are. Certainly have more emotional intelligence. And please subscribe here and give me some feedback about this. God bless you. Bye. Cheerio. Welcome back. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge two YouTube presenters with YouTube channels that have really helped me. They don't know they've helped me because I've been watching them and I haven't realised it. But they really helped me gain deeper insights into this whole area of narcissism and the impact narcissists, malignant narcissists and psychopaths have in our lives. The first is Richard Grannon. Richard is a very knowledgeable and very amusing Englishman who is also known as the Spartan life coach, and I think gives hugely valuable information in a very accessible way. Again, he is talking from experience. So subscribe not only to me, and please subscribe to me and contribute, please, as well as to Richard, and also to Sam Vaknin, V-A-K-N-I-N. Sam is someone who admits to being a narcissist, an extreme narcissist, and whose life has shown the scars of this condition, this personality,
disorder. He has been divorced and bankrupted and in prison for fraud and you name it. But he's come out the other side seeking a deeper understanding and why this has happened to him. And he is a physicist, I believe German, and has a great command of the English language. Is very logical, and I believe, to me, is the most pertinent expert in this field, because he can explain it from the inside out. What Sam has said recently, and this has struck a chord with me, is that the whole realm, the whole gamut of psychiatric and psychological conditions, and we know they're so linked to our physical ailments as well. We've seen a great explosion of these conditions, or classification of these conditions, in the last 30 years. So that the manual, the DSM manual, which is supposed to explain them in a very, I suppose, dry way, has exploded into the thousands of these conditions. Being a physicist, he was searching for a unifying factor that somehow brings these together. Now we know that life is incredibly complex, and I've talked before how we are a sum not only of our parts, we're greater than the sum of our parts, but we're all contributed to by our upbringing. We have, it's not only that, but we carry the genetics of previous generations and the epigenetics of previous generations, the impact of joy and trauma on them as well. And in many ways, everything we encounter in our lives feeds into our system and makes us the people we are. So I'm not trying to oversimplify this, but I am trying to bring it together into a more unifying picture. So all those conditions that we are seeing, let's say the ADHD and the bipolar conditions, the schizoaffective conditions, the anxiety disorders, the depression and anxiety and ADHD, all these things may well have in some ways a common connection to this spectrum of conditions and how we are exposed to them, particularly in early life. For instance, if somebody is born to a very narcissistic person, it certainly will impact on their lives, and if they're conditioned into being like that, then if they are going to, in fact, blend their being with how they achieve in life, they will have to probably try and break this shell, the shell that the narcissist has felt he hasn't had to break, because this is the shell, the facade that he presents, I say he, can be she, to the world. And it has become, in their eyes anyway, in the narcissist's eyes, very successful. But most of us know that there's a more bluff and bluster in that than truth. That in fact, within most of us, there's a softer centre, a softer truth. And this truth is exposed when we're more relaxed, when our outer shell isn't so thick, when we crack up with laughter, basically. When we are surrounded by people who love us, when we are in a natural environment where we feel safe, when we are indulging in creative pursuits, when time doesn't seem to matter because we're stepping outside time. All these are concepts which the malignant narcissist, psychopath, sociopath, antisocial personality person will struggle with. may not have actually have a proper formation in their mind or being of such things, such realities. So if we're brought up in the presence, the dominant presence of that person, it can be particularly damaging. For instance, we could be expected to succeed in that world, of all winning at all costs, of being insensitive, to be able to sleep at night, to be two-faced, to feel that we're important. That may be the driving force. Or else that if that narcissistic, dominant person in our lives when we're a child is overwhelming and perceives that we are not like that, then we may be forced into the other corner and be criticised for being a soft loser, for once and for all. And both of these, of course, are dangerous areas. In fact, we go through life trying to blend our soul with our personality. That's the idea of yoga, the yolk of the egg, if you like, is allowed to express itself, and that protective ego that we have can be allowed at times to be shed, but also be brought back into action to protect ourselves when we are being attacked. All right. So many of those conditions that we see now in these very thick textbooks may well have a common formation, at least in our childhood. Of course, it's not quite as simple as that, but it may be a clarification that will ring true in future years. So please, people, think about that. But think about it in a positive way, because if we have gone through those difficult times as a child, we have the capabilities with a supportive community to heal from that. The healing will involve a certain amount of sadness. There'll be as many tears as well as there will be joy. There'll be an extreme feeling of vulnerability. There will be a relinquishing of our need to rely on addictive substances. But there will be a peace and joy that will last throughout our lives and impact on other people. And this is sort of why I'm doing this. So again, subscribe, contribute, and bless you all. Thank you. See you next time. Cheerio. Hello everybody, we're back with a whiteboard. Today I'd like to talk about how our lives been disrupted, but also how I've tried to tie in the ordeal we've been through with a malignant narcissist, a psychopathic influence. How I've been able to tie that in with my ongoing work, which is to run a medical practice with a understanding of, or my understanding anyway, of a deeper consciousness, which is linked to our ethics and our morals. It's very much heart-focused. For instance, there is an understanding, certainly with indigenous cultures and modern physicists, that we're connected to a field of information, a field of consciousness. And this is something that I talked about in previous books. In fact, I just finished the book, The Human Hologram, quick plug, prior to
finding myself in this very difficult situation. And in many ways my further research was somewhat put on hold while I was tied into this sort of negative, low vibration, what the Vedic seers would say, low chakra energy. So it's only now that I'm able to probably give some perspective on what we've been through. It's only now that I've been able to gain some perspective on possibly why we've gone through this, possibly what was a big hole in my knowledge and my understanding about the human condition. And certainly in my book, I don't go there as far as psychopaths are concerned. I do talk about narcissists, and in particular those who have been in a situation in their own childhood where they have been themselves restricted or bullied, and this has come out as narcissistic trait in them as adults. But I didn't talk about the more extreme psychopaths I've talked about, who seem to be born like that, with some as yet unidentified genetic mutation or anomaly causing this, and also so far causing them not to be helped or healed by either modern medicine, psychiatry, or, as far as we know, other healing methods. So how does this all fit together? Here is a brief doctor-type diagram, I'm afraid, of one of the theories that I put forward within my last two books, that we exist in a field of information, a field of consciousness. And we tap into that field of consciousness when we are at our most relaxed, when we're unwinding, when we're meditating, when we're engaged in acts of creativity. And that is where we get this enhanced information from a vast information field. Because it occurs when we're meditating, it seems to be that we're more likely to knowingly access this field when our heads don't chatter, therefore when our deductive, reasoning mind isn't ticking over so much. I also explain my theory, but not just my theory, many others' theories, is that we contribute to this field of consciousness ourselves through what I would say heart-centered acts of kindness, or just positive acts that we perform in our life, that in fact our lives, the meaning in our lives would seem to be that we are here to service others, to service other humans, to help nature, to help us all evolve in peace, although that may not be too obvious in our world at the moment. But that would seem to be an important aspect of why we're here. So if we receive this field of consciousness within ourselves, and the human hologram, I actually give a theory that we're actually formed upon this field of consciousness that could exist outside the pressures of our time and space. That we also contribute back into this field of consciousness through our actions and our good deeds. Now, this, I posit, is somewhat dependent on a good connection between our hearts and our heads. Also, I showed in an earlier video that the emotional areas in our brain that seem to be involved in emotional processing, the amygdala, the hippocampus, etc., are, in a healthy person, react to the suffering of others. And one can see that's another word for being empathetic. So therefore, this whole system works best when we have a good connection between our hearts and our heads, or we could say between the amygdala in our brains and the prefrontal cortex, which is the more logical, thought-provoking, moral, appreciating part. We've also explained that in extreme cases the psychopath doesn't have this system working properly at all. The focus of the psychopath is to gain some sort of kudos, some sort of advantage by promoting the suffering of others, because the psychopath doesn't have a conscience. It doesn't feel blame or shame. Feels entitled to do this, and therefore feels entitled to attack the person, both with their head and their heart. Now, we'd have to say there's no evidence that the psychopath, the malignant narcissist, has an understanding of this, and hence this condition can be seen as a psychosis, that somehow they are blind to this. If you look at the Vedic model of chakras, it could be said that they tend to exist in a state that acts below their heart. Therefore, they're not talking about being heart-centered. They can try to mimic this, but in truth, there is a battling of egos that occurs in this, what we call the third chakra. So this is trying to tie up my research and my understanding of consciousness, a consciousness that is not derived or created by the brain, but is actually something that we exist within, that we filter effectively when we're not overthinking, when we're away from fear. And therefore, this is another way that the psychopath will try to affect this nurturing cycle, unknowingly, but for personal, basic, primitive gains, by criticism of the person, by attacking the person in a way that that person will be fearful and uncomfortable. Quite the opposite state of being able to easily transmit this field of consciousness. So when one is in a state of anger, when one is prey to the predator, in other words, in a state of being pursued in fear, then it is particularly difficult for this to occur. However, by joining together, like we're doing, we can help understand this situation. And those who have been prey, by joining together, can join together and start impacting this field of consciousness with support for others, which is heart-centered. And this will not only help us, it will help the field of consciousness. And therefore, the psychopath can be seen, in this case, as being a catalyst for the growth of light, a growth of peace. And that's how I'm beginning to see it. But it does depend on us joining together, the 95+% of people who are not the attackers, who are not the belittlers, the liars, the gaslighters. Joining together and making sure, first of all, we're all safe, and secondly, that these people who do not contribute in a positive way to this field of consciousness, that these people are not allowed to thrive. We have work to do. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you later. Bye. Welcome back. Hello everybody. This session deals with some of my own personal experiences and how I have tried, through going through what could be described, for me anyway, to be like a living hell, dealing with people who do not have a concept of really what my life has been focusing on for so many years, how those people can be so much in control, to the detriment of my life and what I'm trying to do for people. And during this very unfortunate experience, which really could be described as very difficult, low vibration, uncomfortable, horrible, unreasonable, and worrying, as far as our security was concerned, I tried to slightly step outside it and view it rather as I'd view a movie. It was almost like a big experiment for me. Maybe that helped me keep control, I don't know. It was an experiment that all along we told the truth. And we were persistent with that. And there were one or two times we became definite, where we felt we couldn't be too passive, particularly with this group of people who promote themselves as being trustworthy. And I suspect what triggered them the most was me repeating to them what they were telling the public, and how that was somehow conflicting with what I was hearing from them. People will say, if you're going through an experience with a narcissist, a malignant narcissist, or a psychopath, how can one keep one's compassion without being bullied, without being a victim? And it is very difficult, because when you are wronged, when you are robbed, when you are insulted, when your family is put under pressure, your family's future is put under pressure, when you're kept put to ransom, when you're kept to ransom, how can gentleness work? Well, for my experience, and this is something that I'd never experienced before, what you experience is the love and compassion of the other people around you. So particularly those are the people who are important in your life, your family. For instance, there are family members like my brother that who I communicated on a regular basis, and we became closer because of this, because of the support he gave me. It also emphasized to me how supportive I was within my own family, with Trish and others. And therefore those truths are they amplified at the same time as the pressure being on you, rather like the song Brothers in Arms, and the idea that a brotherhood and a sisterhood can be born of within the most difficult of circumstances. So this was somehow making sense to me during this, and apart from the very difficult times when one is
attacked and gaslighted by the psychopathic force, there's certainly a silver lining to this very dark night that is imposed on one. I also began to understand that whatever way I moved in this, I was unable to escape. One can look at a whole sequence of events when something like this happens, when you're under psychopathic attack, that you could feel a victim to. You could say, well, if this hadn't happened, we wouldn't be in the state we were in, or if this thing didn't happen. It just happened to be a whole lot of unfortunate coincidences, and then one can feel somehow a victim to that. Or else you can say, look, whichever way I turned, this was the outcome. This is what happened. And somehow, is that a lesson? Is that a lesson of acceptance without having to accept and be a victim, and to let go of any power that we have when we are in this situation? And that's not a power to control others, that's a power that we hold for ourselves and our loved ones. I also learned during this time something that I hadn't learned before. As you may know, I've written 3 books, and they're basically about healing. The last one, The Human Hologram, talks about how our physical state here is only one version of a greater reality. It talks about the fact that there is a primacy of consciousness, of information, and that this world reality could be seen as almost as a virtual reality that collapses down from a greater reality that is somehow outside time and space, and somehow more linked to our essence and who we are deeply. It is certainly much more linked to things like love and compassion and connectivity. That we're in this role here in our physical bodies for a reason, to connect with others, to do good things, hence grow this field of compassion and consciousness, which is like a big living system. So our physical reality, of course, is very real, but there's more besides. And therefore we don't have to strive in a material way in this life to achieve what we call material wealth at the expense of others' suffering. And before this incident, I didn't know how I could possibly grow or become any more a better human being through such an experience. And this has told me, actually, no, it has told me a lot. It has also told me that compassion can come out of this, even though one is threatened by a particular person, which in my case and in your case would have been a psychopath. And that forgiveness in one sense it is very difficult, because one would hope through an act of forgiveness the person would change. In this case, that isn't the case. The person is very unlikely to change. However, many other people around that person may change. The family may change. There may be somebody who decides to leave the situation that they're in around this person because of what one does. So it certainly sort of clarifies things. It also shows me a side of how the world works, which I never had experience about before. And through that knowledge, through that experience, I have been able to gain insights that have hopefully helped others. Hence, hopefully this series is trying to
explain that. So those are the silver linings that come through. It would seem that our systems are very much built around a falsity, and that's become an awareness for me. That people are maybe deeply unhappy in their roles in life when they're involved in this system. In particular, I've seen people in the legal profession who seem to be deeply unhappy, and it stresses and worries me that that's the case. There's a high instance of depression and suicide there, because I can see that they're locked into this system. And these are good people who have probably gone into this work to help others and to see justice. But what's happened is that it would seem the greed, and in many cases corporate greed, I'd have to say, of the last 30 years that's gone unchallenged, has tarnished this situation, as it's tarnished our democracies, our corporations, and our institutions have become more and more psychopathic. So it's given me insight into that, and it's also insight into how that causes disease within people. Initially, it may well cause anxiety, insomnia, and depression, and those are actually messages that the person is getting within this situation, that this is an unnatural, disconnected environment. And if those aren't heeded, of course, the illness will go even deeper and maybe cause immune problems and heart problems and cancer. So the other silver lining is it's given me an insight into the cause, the etiology, the pathogenesis, all those words, of illness that I'd never totally understood before. And allowed me to help people and advise them how best to cope with a situation. Because I know how difficult it is to get out of the situation when you're in it. And how easy it is to try and bury this and to keep quiet because people will not understand. And this is why we should be talking about it. By cutting one's teeth on a particular malignant narcissist or psychopath, one begins to understand the whole spectrum of narcissism and what we keep inside of us, the narcissist inside, the shadow inside. It's very much like when you're learning something as a doctor, you're often shown the most graphic and extreme example of pneumonia, for instance, or cardiac arrhythmia or tumour. And from that you get an understanding of how bad it can get, but also an understanding of all those other levels so that we can somehow prevent this. And I'm getting to realise that this was a great hole in my knowledge, this darkness of the human soul. And without knowing it, I would have not been as understanding of other people who are going through such difficult times. And through it, I hopefully can help the person come to some sense of peace and understanding of this whole process. Thank you very much. Subscribe down here. I hope some of this has made some sense. Bye. Hello and welcome back to Goodbye Psychopaths, 2017 version. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks I've had a chance to think about how we can progress with this year. I'm going to link it in with the great opportunity that has been presented to me this year to sit on a panel
with Tom Campbell, the NASA physicist and consciousness researcher and philosopher. And I really recommend you go to his many YouTube presentations. There's literally hundreds of hours of explanation from Tom of his ideas and theories, which he expresses very eloquently. And when I was writing my books 5 to 10 years ago, I'd heard of Tom, but I purposely didn't get involved in his work because I wanted mine to be coming from my experiences, backed up of course with much research. And I'm very happy to say that there are tremendous parallels between my observations as in my 3 books, particularly The Human Hologram, and Tom's theory of everything, calls it his big toe, his big theory of everything. I mean, in short, and it's wrong to summarise such an amazing, complex work, magnum opus as I would call it, of Tom's. But his idea is that there is behind everything a larger consciousness system. In my books I called it a unifying field or a great field. And this, my dog's trying to get in. I think resistance will be futile for Alfie here. Okay, so Alfie's part of the discussion now, part of our larger consciousness system. Back to Tom. Tom refers to the reality, the 3D and 4D reality that we have in this life as a virtual reality. Very much like I do, that in fact there is more besides our physical world that we can perceive with our senses. That there is actually a background, infinite field of information, of which our bodies and lives are formed from, very much like we were in a computer game here. But us here, Robin or you or Sally or Jane, Jane takes on a persona here, but there's more besides. And therefore this opens the whole field of consciousness up into a deeper understanding of living and dying and reincarnation and altered states and creativity and everything else besides. Including Alfie here, the dog, who's just about to dismantle this system. Okay, that's got him interested. Okay. So one of the great challenges that I have is to try how am I going to somehow blend in what's happened to us since I've written these books. What could be perceived as being tangled in this web of matrix, this virtual reality that has been so difficult, and how we're going to make sense of that and learn from it. Because I believe, for me, it's been a learning experience, getting to understand a part of human life and living and reality that I wouldn't have found out about in this life to such an extent. Tom talks a lot about entropy, and in a high entropy state, this is the complexity of life. In a high entropy state, this is when deterioration occurs. So this is rather like our bodies. If they're in a high physical entropy state, they deteriorate. Associated with high entropy states can be tension, fear and war and battle. And ultimately, they all self-destruct. The opposite of that is a low entropy state. And that's when we talk about things like intent and love. And the sort of feeling that we get at a funeral, a funeral of a friend, if you like, to use Elton John's words, where we get the feeling, the essence of that person coming through, what we love about them. And it's a gentle, flowing concept of low entropy. And it's what is probably, well, we feel is behind the greater reality. And a lesson that we learn, a lightness of being, a light-heartedness. So what I'd like to do in this year with this video stream, this collection of thoughts and ponderings, of which you play a great part because you feed back into me and teach me stuff, and teach us all stuff in your columns, so please do that and subscribe and contribute to this new year. Thank you. How are we going to still stay alert to those who live in fear, in high entropy, away from the love and the intent that we feel is important for us to progress in our deeper consciousness? How do we deal with that? How can we still maintain a feeling of love rather than bitterness if we are hurt? Where does that love come from? Does love and forgiveness mean the same thing? Does forgiveness mean somehow letting go of our hurt that we feel from a psychopath? Or does it actually mean a deeper understanding on how important love is in a community, how important love is in our lives, and how that becomes the solution to the problem of the psychopath with the high entropy, with the high fear, and with the destructive nature that hides behind a facade of glibness, glitter, and deceit. All right. So it's going to be positive. I will talk more about the consciousness work that I'm doing with Tom, but trying to provide a perspective that is in keeping with what I've understood in the last 5 years, because I believe that could add to our understanding of why we're here, and the world and the future we want to create for those who follow. Have a very happy new year, and thank you for joining me yet again in Goodbye Psychopaths. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Welcome back. 2017. Goodbye Psychopaths. Thank you for joining me. If you haven't subscribed, please do so here, so our family can get bigger, and that we can all join together and work out ways to make this world a better place by identifying psychopaths and basically giving them a wide berth. And if we're in relationships with them, how are we going to get out of that? If we're in a work with them, how do we manage that? If we can't get out of them, how do we manage that? All these issues have been hopefully addressed in my other videos. Today we're going to be talking about words and lying. Okay, this has been a topic that grabbed my interest recently as a schoolmate of mine who I used to share a very small class of 2 with has gone a different way from me in life, and has become the Minister of Defence for the UK. Okay, you know, maybe ponder, yes. And he was a very bright guy, academically bright anyway, and together we studied Latin verse. Now, recently, Michael Fallon is his name, gave a speech at the university he went to after school,
in Scotland. And part of that talk, part of that speech, was an explanation of how the Russians use different words for lying, and one of these words we don't have an equivalent in our language, and one of these words is vranyo. Now, vranyo is a lie that you're telling somebody else when you know it's a lie and they know it's a lie, but it's a sort of almost acceptable. So I think he was referring to types of propaganda. We are the greatest country in the world, etc. Everybody cheers. Nobody has to really define what we're talking about or elaborate on that. We sort of know that in every aspect that we can think of. We're probably not the greatest country, but there you go. But it also applies to jokes, of course. You know, an Englishman, an Irishman, a Scotsman walked into a bar, and etc. And a termite walked into the bar and says, "Is the bartender here?" And all that stuff. Now, the person's telling the joke knows that the person that's listening doesn't believe that actually happened. Actually, that's what makes the joke funny. So is it a lie? Sort of, but it's not there to deceive the person. It's done in good jest. Okay. So those are examples of vranyo. Okay. And they differentiate that from this word loz, or loz. I think that's how they pronounce it. Any Russians out there, I'm so sorry. Loz. Which is an out-and-out lie, a porcupine, if you like. And they differentiate between the two. I thought that was very interesting. Also, I became aware of this word called paltering, and that is a type of lying which people used when they mix the truth with the lie. Okay, and politicians love doing this. They even answer questions with a phrase like, "In reality, this is happening," you know, which is irrelevant to the topic. But what they're doing is they're then possibly going to either evade or hide a lie behind that. I think in his many utterances, Bill Clinton said, "I am not having sexual relationships with this woman," using the word "I am not" rather than "I have not." So these are, paltering is something that we should take care to notice, and somebody's trying to get in, sorry, and the dog, good. It's something that we should take care of and become alert to, because it may well be that professionals and marketers and lawyers even find it acceptable, but in surveys the general public are wiser than that. Although they're difficult to prove in the court of law, as probably Bill Clinton realised, paltering is dangerous, it's Machiavellian and it's deceitful, and you'll now see it in many TV adverts, not mentioning any names, paltering. Now, all this got me to thinking, once we recognise this stuff, what do we do about it? I've said before in one of my blogs, I think I'll give the link to one of my blogs down here, but possibly in one of these videos, that the malignant narcissist or the psychopath doesn't have the same sense of humour in general as the rest of the population. They may put on a facade of humour, but basically they don't have a deep sense of humour. They're not able to laugh at themselves. So it got me thinking that if you are in conversation, conflict with a narcissist and feel belittled and gaslighted and shamed and blamed, why not start using some lovely words back at them, which, when I've done this, I found great relief. Okay, it's maybe working on a superficial level, but I looked up in the dictionary what are all the different words and slang words for lying. something that you can throw back at them if they say something to you, you know, or you're very poor at this, or you know, you always cry, and you know, you're weird, or you're a strange man. Okay, well, that's happened to me. You can start maybe uttering one of these words. So here we go. Sort of in alphabetical order, but maybe not. Taratiddle, isn't that lovely? Taratiddle. Ah, yes. Now, if you're talking to somebody, probably an academic person, you can say that, isn't that a terminological inexactitude? You can use the word balderdash, baloney. I miss out a few here, bollocks, of course. Bullshit. I love the way some of the Americans from the deep south say bullshit. There's an added sort of vowel in there, added syllable. Bullshit. I love that one. Codswallop. Fantastic. Codswallop. Apparently codswallop was a term only came into popular use in the middle of the last century. I think it's a sort of very old term. Apparently after a soft fizzy drink, that when you cods, whatever it is, cod's fizzy drink, and when you took the top off it, it exploded, called codswallop. Okay, but anyway, so if you're being gaslighted, just say to them, just look and say codswallop. It's lovely. Crap, yeah, you can use that. Crock of shit, that's very popular down here. Oh, I love this one. Epizootics of the blowhole. That's an American phrase. It sounds like something come out of Oxford University or whatever. Epizootics of the blowhole. I think blowhole is this hole rather than the other one. Here we go. Gobbledygook. Yeah, that's good. That's gobbledygook. Just saying. And of course, you know, Robin, a strange person, nobody else thinks like this. You just say gobbledygook. Bollocks, I probably would say. Horse shit, I love that one. Malarkey, mumbo jumbo, piffle, piffle, pish posh, poppycock. Here it says poppycock from the Dutch dialect pappycock, literally meaning soft dung. I love that one. Poppycock. Pork pie, porkies, rubbish. Mustn't forget these ones. Shit, twaddle, wind up. You're winding me up. Balls, that's really quite a good one. Cobblers from Cobblers' Oils, which cobblers use, okay, rhyming slang. Bilge, drivel, twaddle, tripe, gibberish, claptrap, there you go. I don't know which is my favourite one. Codswallop, I think, is quite good because it's sort of onomatopoeic, isn't it? You can sort of codswallop. It's like you're slapping them in the face with a wet fish. So there you go. Those are some words to use when you're under pressure. Okay, you may even start giggling, which will piss them off, and they won't have an answer to it because they just look, what's going on? So thank you very much. This was about words. It started off quite seriously and it became quite silly. Bless you all. Have a fantastic week. Please, as I've said before, subscribe down here and follow us this year. This is going to be an interesting year, I think. And we'll see you later. Thank you. Bye. Hello, welcome back. Thank you to all of you for coming back. This last weekend I attended and participated in a wonderful weekend with Tom Campbell. Tom Campbell is a physicist, but also in parallel to his work as a NASA nuclear physicist, he has been a studier and researcher of consciousness, working at the Monroe Institute, who focus on such exercises like out-of-body experience and remote viewing and what we may call altered states of reality. His conclusion and his big theory of everything is that we live in a virtual reality, like we are characters in a computer game. Let's say our bodies are, but in fact our consciousness resides
elsewhere. Some resides in our body, but we're also the controller from another dimension. It sounds strange, but in fact it seems to make a lot of sense. He calls this other dimension a larger consciousness system. And the larger consciousness system in general is a universal field, interconnected to all of us. It is what he would call a low entropy state. Another word for a low entropy state is a state away from fear and complication and degeneration and chaos. Another word for that is love. And one of the things he said, and it's one of the things that I feel very warm to, is that we have a choice in this life to live out of love, however flawed we are and however difficult that is and how many mistakes we make during that process. But either we live out of love and in love, for true love for our fellow human being, for animals, for nature, for our children and grandchildren. We have that choice. Or we can live in fear. Now, by living in love, it doesn't mean we don't confront fear. In fact, we confront fear every day of our lives. Fear is in this dimension, this time and space. Our bodies adapt to it. We have a physiology that responds to threats, to fight or flight, to fight or flee away. And in that state, our body produces certain chemicals, adrenaline and cortisol, that actually suppress our immune system, so we don't sneeze when we're running away. And we also learn in that situation we can breathe anaerobically, we hold our breath as we run away. And our bodies are designed to do that for a certain portion of our day, maybe 5% of the day. The problem is that we have stress that puts our body, unless we're very careful, into that state for far longer. And as a result we suffer from stress, which affects our state of mind, our immune system, everything we do, and our relationships. So we have these clear choices. Are we going to at least try to live in love, into a state of connectivity with community, doing what we can in service to others, and also a proper love for ourselves, a proper love for our own identity, a sense of humour about our failings. Are we going to live in that situation, or are we going to live in fear, imposing fear on others, feeling that this is how we gain control in life? The psychopath needs a certain definition, I think, when we're balancing out love and fear. I have said oftentimes before what differentiates the true psychopath, the malignant narcissist. There's a very small proportion of people that create a huge amount of havoc in our world and our society. What differentiates them from maybe an extreme narcissist or the rest of society is they take pleasure in the suffering of others. They take pleasure in putting people into a situation where they are fearful. This gives them pleasure. They're addicted to this. It seems likely that they do not receive love in the same way as the vast majority of the population. They may have never experienced that. They certainly do not understand that love is a connection that occurs. Unconditional love is given without a wish for return or reward, but that with patience that reward comes into people's lives as they are surrounded by other people who give love as well. And certainly it's a better way to be, as Tom would say, a situation where we're in low entropy, things become freer. When we pray, for instance, whatever God we pray to, or whether we just put an intent out there, we do it with a lightness, with a focus on love for ourselves and for others. Not a narcissistic love for us, not a false love, but a deep compassion away from blame and shame. The psychopath doesn't have this. This puts us in many ways at a great advantage, because the majority of people do have this situation, this wonderful gift. Not so many of us know about it, and not so many people, including myself, have been able to shed ourselves of blame and shame, compounded often by the psychopath's tactics. However, it does allow us to join together and form liaisons and partnerships which the psychopath can't. The psychopath is addicted to seeing others suffer. So if we gang together, maybe gang's the wrong word, if we collectively combine together with compassion for each other and for society and for our world, the psychopath loses his supply of energy. The psychopath will notice somebody who's loving and try to extract that love, rather like a vacuum cleaner will try to extract something. But this doesn't mean they're feeling it, they're addicted to it. It'd be just like it was a drug. For them, love is a drug which they take in, which they'll never get enough of. But it's not the love that we feel. It is an energy that they haven't got, and they're fearful of what they haven't got. But as they'll never get it, they'll keep drawing it from as many people as possible. It's so important that we know that. It's so important that to recognise eventually, because most of us don't immediately recognise it, that the smile and the smoothness and the debonair person may not feel love in the same way as us, and therefore won't be able to give it, may be able to mimic it. They will know the body language. Body language isn't enough to detect a psychopath. And it's this differentiation between love and fear is why our profession, medical profession, psychiatrists and even psychologists struggle with helping us with this condition. They struggle with the word love. And unless you do understand this word love, it's very difficult to be able to define the depths of psychopathy. So it is up to us to recognise this. It is up to us to develop skills that both protect us and warn others, and get together and allow that love to infiltrate into what Tom would say is the larger consciousness system, so we all grow. This way the psychopath will be eased out, and eventually, as we know, the serious psychopath, the serious narcissist do destroy themselves, just like Narcissus, when he looked in and saw his reflection in the water, died. Something he couldn't grasp. He could only see the surface of love, he couldn't feel the depths of love. So there is no doubt that given time, the psychopath through evolution will be eased out. It will be eased out through our activism
and our awareness and our evolution. And it is up to us. So thank you very much. Please subscribe down here and comment, and let us all grow together in awareness, and see you later. Bye-bye. Today I'm going to be talking about something I've been thinking about for some time. One of the earlier videos I talked about the brain of a psychopath, a severe narcissistic personality disorder. How it seems to be that there's a block in the brain, that the connections between the emotional parts, the amygdala, and the emotions that are connected to memory, the hippocampus, and the frontal lobes and everything seem to be awry for a number of reasons, and I won't go into that. Seems to be a block. I also got to thinking about this whole left brain, right brain thing, which I think is a bit of a metaphor. And you know, it could be said in the last, say, 300 years, the ages of reason, Cartesian thought or whatever, academia anyway has been very much locked into the powers of the left brain, the deductive, analytical side. And of course that's not wrong. I mean, ultimately that is that no less spiritual or aware than any other part of us. It's just in isolation. It isn't the greatest. And I do know people who are very left-brained, in other words, very analytical, who are also very modest. They realise they're analytical, and then when it comes to appreciating art and composition and concepts, for instance, they realise that it's not so easy for them. So there's humility in that as well. However, it is where academia lies, and therefore one starts talking about other issues, spirituality, intuition, consciousness as a primary concept, living somehow outside the brain, and our brains being filters of consciousness, as being here in a virtual reality rather than us know this physical world being all there is. Then those are concepts that somebody who's very left brain may just struggle with. But again, there may well be enough humility for them to say, well, look, we don't know everything, and after all, I'm very left-brained. So these brain blocks, and difference brains, maybe, we shouldn't judge those, are present in all of us. And it's, you know, over the years, I have struggled a little bit with my concepts, getting them through to people who are very clever but very left-brained. My own case is I have a mixed laterality. I'm part left-handed, part right-handed. Crazy stuff, like, you know, I will write with my left hand and play darts with my left hand and throw with that, but hold a tennis racket with my right hand. It goes on and on. So I have a confused mixed laterality, which probably contributes to my state, my mental state, and my emotional state. Okay, well, that's me. So it also got me thinking about, you know, why is it that there are healthy skeptics? And I think that, you know, to be healthily skeptical, we need an active left brain that logically diffuses out lots of nonsense, but looks critically at everything. But then there is those unhealthy skeptics that seem to be so locked into this material world that everything else outside their own knowledge, something I'll call solipsism, what's known as solipsism, is rubbish. That what is normal for them should be normal for everybody. And those people can verge on being very narcissistic in that they can judge and deride other people who have experiences that they can't somehow get to grips with. And hence this goes on to my concern and my gripe. Okay. In 2009 I was asked to do a TED talk, a TEDx talk, the inaugural TED talk here in Auckland, and and the person who I knew came to me and said, look, I know you're interested in the concepts of holographic universe,
and how that relates to the human body. Could you give a talk on that? And I thought, gosh, you know, that's a big topic for 18 minutes, especially in those days anyway, you weren't allowed any notes. So I said, oh, I'll give it a go. In for a penny, in for a pound, etc. So I did that, and it was quite a buzz, a room full of people, and I tried to make it accessible for people, put in a few jokes, a few pictures. People seemed to enjoy it. I understood then that the TED organisation was all about, as my dog just come in, was all about ideas worth spreading. In other words, you know, it was honouring ideas. It wasn't offering fixed mindsets. And I've been concerned over the years that, in fact, things have changed, that there are fixed mindsets in charge of TED, and that's concerned me, particularly when I saw Rupert Sheldrake's TEDx talk in Whitechapel and Graham Hancock's being taken down as being challenging to the so-called status quo. I thought that this is actually what a talk should be, so certainly challenging, allowing discussion and debate, but all done with good nature. And more recently I see Russell Targ's talk is taken down. Russell Targ is a physicist who's involved in remote viewing, and I'm just rescuing all my equipment from my dog here, and telepathy. And these are topics that should be discussed, and they actually relate to consciousness and a greater consciousness, a field of consciousness, or whatever. So then I thought, I wonder why my talk has been allowed to go through. Being a bit inquisitive, I did a bit of an internet search to see if there had been any dissent. And I found a blog, a science blog, called Sciblogs. And the title of this was, Do TED Lectures Need Better Vetting? And it was a blog, and there were comments afterwards, and it was quite an active blog. And I found this about my talk by one of the helpers, TED helpers, who didn't seem to be a scientist, but seemed to be fairly critical of what I did. And I quote, and I quote him, however, the Dr. Robin Kelly talk from 2009 regarding holograms, in my view, was completely kooky, and still is. Neither of those talks, includes mine and someone else's who I won't mention, would pass today, and I wondered why. Now, and I thought, well, this is something that needs challenging. Over the years, I haven't sort of stepped into these debates necessarily. I've had the thought, well, just let them get on with it. But I think there's a greater issue here. I would not particularly want to do another TED talk, but I do think that people who are following the work that I'm following, which I never say is dogmatic, basically, I put over as a possibility to, I suppose, invite comment and discussion. These aren't my theories. These are sort of just expanding theories that have been very well put and active in the science community over the last 20 years, in fact longer. I mean, he does mention later on, this particular correspondence in his blogs, that my talk was overwhelmingly positive, but he doesn't renege on the fact that he thought it was extremely kooky. So I contacted him. In fact, I entered some comments on the blog, got nowhere, nobody replied. They were written in 2012. So I thought, well, maybe that blog isn't particularly active, that string of comments wasn't active, so I wrote to the facilitator of the blog, who so rather shortly said that it wasn't anything to do with him, that these were comments made by other people. He said that I should contact this particular person, which I did, found him on a website, found he's a website manager, Doesn't even have any scientific credentials, doesn't really matter, I wasn't giving it for scientists, but he was making scientific comments. So I contacted him, wrote 2 comments on his web page, heard nothing. Eventually a third email to him did seem to get some response. However, he replied sort of in a similar sort of way. He said in his email, I'd say my comments were quite mild in comparison to what I thought back in 2009 or whenever your talk was. Now, this was a man who was responsible for organising the 2012 TEDx talks and was in correspondence with the TED people. Whatever you were talking about with holograms seemed completely out of place to me, but all I remember it was not accepted scientific theory at the time. Of course, I would debate this because it had been both in Scientific American and the popular New Scientist, and has since actually been in science conferences all over the world. Then I thought, well, I wonder if this man is a little bit more than just being left-brained. I wonder what else is going on. In other words, I began to feel there were a couple of red flags in what was happening, because he seemed to be dogmatic in his stance, and I felt a sort of personal criticism. Call me sensitive, but I was. And I thought, well, if that was the case, in a reply, he'll probably try to gaslight me or put over some sense of personal superiority and entitlement. So he went on, my suggestion is for you to let it go. Now, so many times I know from what people say about people who have had narcissistic abuse, just let it go, don't challenge it. I'm challenging that very dogma. I don't think TEDx events should be promoting talks about fringe science. Okay, so here's a person who's decided in his own mind what is right and what is on the fringes. No debate about that, this is what he thinks. He does say it doesn't matter what I think, since the various rules and people have moved on years ago. Now, the next statement that he makes also gave me created a rather red flag in me. You may have discovered something of interest to yourself and maybe some others, but it is not mainstream. And there are many others who are working on ideas that are much more useful to a greater number of people. Okay, so this is a tremendous sort of put down. It was all 8 years ago, so let's leave it there. I'm not interested in your theory. Well, it isn't my theory, of course. I'm a reporter of this as well. So there are times where I believe skepticism becomes very unhealthy. And I think this is an example of it. And I do, knowing now what we do in a limited way about the brains of people with narcissistic personality disorder, we know there are blocks in their brains as well, just like there may be certain blocks in all of our brains, left, right brain or whatever. None of us has a perfect brain. None of us is perfect in general. And so, I'm also concerned that not only TED has been taken over by, has been influenced by certain mindsets, but also skepticism has as well. I don't believe this is real skepticism. I feel this is skepticism mixed with a certain amount of pathological narcissism. I'm not trying to get at this particular person or criticize them or even make a diagnosis. I'm really saying what the words are saying to us in a way so that people can connect, if they do get correspondences, with certain red flags, which are there to make us react, but also then we can take it further and go a little bit above this as well. So I've done a number of things today. I've tried to tie in the left brain, right brain block, the up-down brain blocks, a bit of a personal gripe me about the direction of TED, ideas worth spreading it should be, not ideas worth suppressing. So I hope you found that interesting, and I'll see you again next time. All the best. Bye. Hello, welcome back. It's Robin Kelly again here. Recently I've been looking at some videos from Dr. Catherine Horton, who is a graduate of Oxford or Cambridge, I think Oxford. She's a physicist and studying academically systems, living systems, structures. And I've been very impressed by her presentations, and also the fact that she's been pursued and hounded, presumably because of her knowledge about these systems. And it certainly enlightened me into certain aspects of the prevalence of psychopathy out there. One thing that she's done, and I thank her for this diagram because I've been very happy to try and copy it, is what she calls the pyramidal system, a system of hierarchy that human beings have adopted for millennia. And indeed, if you have an army, or in fact a successful business in the past, it may well be that this was a successful way to go. In other words, you'd have somebody at the top in the army, that would be a field marshal, and there'd be generals underneath, and colonels and majors and captains, and then down below you'd be having the rank and file, if you like. So it's a system, a pyramid system of hierarchy. And this also applies to many business structures and corporate structures. And how do we apply this, our understanding of, let's say, the dark side, the darker side, those who have adopted, let's say, a more ruthless attitude, or maybe born with a ruthless attitude like a psychopath? How have they been able to infiltrate this system and in Catherine's eyes, and I'd have to agree with her, control the system in many ways? How is it that such a small proportion of the population, we've talked about between 1% and 5%, for instance, being psychopathic, or extreme end of narcissistic personality disorder, how is it that they have been able to infiltrate the top? Very much a sort of a neo-Darwinian survival of the fittest, or the survival of the most ruthless, maybe. So here we see down here where most of us are, if you like, in the population. I think there are 32 here, 32 little units, or people, or whatever, of which you could say there's only 2 bad apples amongst them. Slightly higher than probably the population, but if you go one down, you would find that still there would at least be 2, maybe 60, 64 or so units, and if they're people, they would represent the 2 psychopaths. The way things have been structured is that if they were competing for a particular position, then it was likely the psychopath, with their, let's say, their philosophy, for want of a better word, of win at all costs, that they would succeed and move up the scale, if you like, the promotion there and here, to a point where the next run would have a greater proportion of psychopaths. And then if you're saying that there are this management structure here in charge of this, more senior management, then the survival at all costs, and probably adherence to the single bottom line, may well see them promoted up here. So the percentage gets greater as we go up, and then you can see the red begins to fade, and as we go higher and higher, the dark takes over. And it would appear to be that this is a structure that's occurred for millennium, and in some ways it's an unnatural structure.
we see nature doing it somewhat in a different way. We've also seen these diagrams here where the old idea was, say, a pyramid like that, or idea of evolution, and here we are at the top, man at the top, and here we've got ants and elephants and trees and other things at the bottom, and we're at the epitome, if you like, the top of a pyramid. Whereas the more holistic way of viewing the world is that we're just part of, there's us there, there's a funny looking elephant, maybe a cat, there's there, a tree there, that we're part of a greater whole, interrelating with all other parts of nature. We have our own specific role, but we're maybe not so dominant. And if you have a look at this to what we would say would be what nature can produce, here's a stick of broccoli. You can see that although here's the stalk, rather like a tree, in fact just like a tree, as we get further and further we get almost smaller self-replicating parts, but with each little bit of broccoli at the end, if you look under the microscope or closer, you'll find they're all slightly different, all fractally represented. So here we have what nature provides in fractal form, with variation of the smaller bits, with each part contributing to a whole. It's actually upside down to that, isn't it? And here's what humans have produced over a number of millennia. And of course, what's happened, this has grown and grown and grown just with our population. And obviously down here the same proportion of psychopaths to the normal population exists. Maybe with 7 billion we've got 1% of that are psychopaths. But as you get higher and higher and the systems have been self-replicating for many years, we get darker and darker. And hence we've got a lack of proportion here. In fact, in the financial system you will see that those at the top of the tree are receiving, say, their income and maybe their interest from those huge numbers at the base. So we can see a very few people can be in control of very many. Very few people can have riches which the many don't have. So in some ways this is going against nature. And thereby lies some solutions. One of the things these people have right at the top, obviously, is a certain amount of power and ruthlessness. They don't care about these people down here. In fact, they don't really think about them too much. They're just basically like objects of supply to them. In fact, all the red dots are their narcissistic supply. Basically, they're feeding off those to come here. But what they don't have, of course, is all this connection, all these natural connections that we have. Somehow that we have evolved through nature in a fractal way, where each of us can be seen as just like one of these little tiny twigs, leaves on the broccoli. Each one unique, each one different, and each one looking much the same, but each one forming a luscious whole. This system of straight lines is going against nature, and because of that it is destructive. It is destructive to themselves, but ultimately it could be destructive to many. So the race is on. The race is on. Are we going to be so connected through human connections, through natural connections, that we overcome the control of a few. And that is the challenge of this century. Thank you very much. Bye. Today I want to talk about psychopathy as a mental illness and what that means to me, what it means to the psychopath, what it means to those who have suffered because of their antisocial behaviour. How, as a doctor, do I deal with this, and what's my responsibility to the person, the psychopath, and society? I'm feeling my way through this, so by all means just give me some hints in your comment section. But it's got me thinking. You'd have to say that modern medicine may have been slipping away a little bit from Hippocrates and his principles, the Hippocratic Oath. However, there are modern versions of the Hippocratic Oath that make quite a bit more sense in the modern world. And I think I took this. It's a long time ago, I can't remember, but I think I took this particular version, which was a version from 1964. So even the modern version is 53 years old. And I read it again recently, and it's actually quite heartwarming, a nice heartwarming fuzzy way. And I'll just quote one or two little bits from it. The first one that really appealed to me was that I will remember that there is art to medicine as well as science, and that warmth, sympathy and understanding may outweigh the surgeon's knife or the chemist's drug. And I suspect that's something I've been talking about for a long time. One thing that we must remember, not just as doctors but as everybody, human beings, particularly those in the healing professions, but everybody, is that we bring our being to another being. Probably the most healing thing we can do. And we can listen, which is probably the best form of energetic medicine. I will remember that I do not treat a fever chart, a cancerous growth, but a sick human being whose illness may affect the person's family and economic stability. My responsibility includes these related problems if I am to care adequately for the sick. And it goes on, I will remember that I remain a member of society with special obligations to all my fellow human beings, those sound of mind and body, as well as the infirm. So this is an oath that I took in 1974. Wow, 10 years after this modern version. And it got me thinking. It's really saying that I have a role, if I find something going on like psychopathy, to learn about it, listen to the people who have been suffering from a psychopathic influence, an antisocial influence, and also to try to help the psychopath. And that isn't something that's going to happen every day, because, as we've found out, the psychopath himself or herself feels there probably is nothing to fix. But I have begin to understand aspects of psychopathy from people who feel they have a very dark side. Of course, we all have a dark side, we all have a shadow, and it helps for us to have a sense of humour about that shadow so that we can recognise it and sometimes laugh about it, but also it keeps us humble. And hopefully it isn't a dangerous side, it's just a messy side, or an annoying side. I have been told from more than one person that if, for instance, one is abused or has trauma in childhood, one's being can split, can dissociate into different personalities, if you like. I've been told by one person that after a sexual abuse when he was very young, 7 or 8, that he developed two sides. One was a safe side, but a dark side. You can understand a dark side is safe. That dark side doesn't fear the environment so much. That dark side doesn't recoil when they see horrible things. That dark side feels very much in control. But then there's a lighter side, which still isn't ideal, in that that lighter side knows that it is important to do good in the world, and these people often do good in the world, but they don't feel that. They don't feel that love, if you like, come back into them. They don't feel it through their body, through their heart and their brain. So they look at this very academically. And you could say that they may have a trouble speaking from the heart. This is why it's quite important for these people, if they've got these two sides, through, in this case, no fault of their own, to be fairly wary of them. And they maybe trust your intuition. For instance, one may well be talking about good works, or be a charity worker, or a cult leader, or even a religious leader, but somehow the words don't seem to be coming from the person's heart. They seem to be rational, even though they're talking about aspects of goodness and love. And it may well be that we have to watch that there isn't this other side of them they retreat into and become, this other person, this other dangerous person. There's this other understanding that explains how psychopaths lie and why they lie. Of course, they lie because they can get away with it, and that they don't have any conscience and or empathy for somebody else, so they're not too concerned about hurting other people with lies. But there's also some neuroscience that suggests that our memories and our facts are often linked with our feelings and our emotions. Therefore, we can remember that first date, or that first time we heard Hotel California because of the feeling that we had inside. Much like Aborigine culture recognises what they call song lines. In other words, if they're in a particular place and they chant a particular song in a particular location, it will help them open them up, the whole body up, to great knowledge, wisdom and intuition. And it would seem that that doesn't occur in the psychopath. If they look at a beautiful sunset, for instance, they will say, that's a beautiful sunset, and they may well smile and say, what a beautiful sunset, but they don't feel this. The more I've understood this, the more I realise that it isn't really a great place to be a psychopath, although they don't know any different necessarily. I think they probably are jealous of how other people can perceive joy, can be creative, can tap into, let's say, a greater wisdom, can have a sense of humour. They probably think that. But usually the dark side, where they're completely safe or particularly selfish, compensates for that. So to come down back to my Hippocratic Oath here, there is a dilemma, because in the last couple of years I've had to sign a gagging clause, and since then I have watched, because of that gagging clause, other people suffer because I have not been able to alert them to this. So this has created within me a dilemma and a conflict, because I took this other oath, which I think is a more human oath. It wasn't written by a lawyer for a psychopath. It was written by Hippocrates, who was dedicated to healing and the common good, although I doubt was a perfect person, but probably had a sense of humour, and was both fun to be around, particularly after hours, I would have thought. So I have this conflict. Hopefully soon it will be able to be resolved, because I will be able to talk more about what my family has gone through. But in the meantime, over the last year, it has been my intent to try and, let's say, compromise, and as much as I can help people in this trap. And is the psychopath mentally ill? Absolutely. He is a mental illness. And I have a responsibility that goes far beyond him or her. I have a responsibility to the community, and I hope to live up to it, even though I suppose this Hippocratic oath is not easy for anybody to live up to, but it's something that we can aspire to. So anybody who wants to help me, please give me some advice down in the comment section. I'm all ears, and bless you all. See you later. Hello, welcome back. Recently I've talked about this pyramid of corruption that seems to be apparent in the Western world, throughout the world. The pyramid that's been outlined by Dr. Catherine Horton, and I thanked her last time for providing this social data, if you like. I'd like to talk about it now in more definitive terms. I mean, last time we talked about how the majority of people do not have these dark traits, psychopathy, malignant narcissism, and the like. They're normal, everyday people, not perfect. They don't tell the truth all the time, but basically their focus in life is family, loving connection, honouring friends, doing honest day's work, and enjoying themselves, and roughly in balance. But the dark sheep are here, maybe only 2 or 3% of the population. But as we ascend this so-called pyramid of power, materialistic power anyway, we see those dark sheep come to the fore, because they are winning at all costs. Therefore, if they're competing for jobs, they will win in the current structure. And eventually there's a total so-called winner right at the top. So I'm going to be talking about this pyramid from the top down, and how you can apply this, unfortunately, to many corporations, the media, and our legal system, and our judiciary system as well. And that is why we're in the pickle we're in. But understanding, I think, is very important. Now, of course, one takes the risk of being called a conspiracy theorist when one talks like this. And I'm going to put that into perspective. The term conspiracy theorist is used as a term of derision, a put down. Somebody who isn't sure of their facts, that makes wild allegations, etc. I'm turning that around, because I believe that to look at the conspiracy, first of all, you have to look at the data, you have to gather the information, you have to be a detective, and in some ways even a scholar. And we can do that like no other time because of the internet. So first of all, we need to gather the data. And if that data tends to conflict with knowledge, current knowledge, let's say establishment knowledge, then we have to see why. You know, why is there a conspiracy? Is there something that's happening at the top that's repressing this? Or is it that as we go down this pyramid to the base, that there's what we call, let's say, cognitive dissonance, or people who really just are conditioned to believe these guys, and therefore can't believe that this stuff is happening, and what happens in between. So let's go from the top down. Say this is a organisation, and at the top we have somebody with a psychopathic personality, or if you like, a malignant narcissist. That person has no conscience, is happy to lie, is happy to gaslight people, and sleeps at night, and doesn't really feel there's anything wrong with them at all. For him or her to exist, there needs to be a couple of others. Now these two will be showing psychopathic tendencies, but they may well be, let's say, recoverable medically. They may well have a narcissistic personality disorder because of abuse and abandonment as a child. Got to be careful because they may use that as an excuse. Or may simply be a weak-willed sycophant. Okay. And so generally the psychopath at the top will surround themselves with these people. And then we go down into, say, lower management. We'll find that those who are striving to get to the top, there are a higher percentage than in the population who have these darker characteristics, darker characters. We can say that at this level here we've got those who really know what they're doing. They know what they're doing is probably wrong as far as the population is concerned, but they're driven by greed, and right at the top by a comfort in seeing others suffer. So as we go down here, we may well see those who see what's happening and are willfully blind to it. It may well be that they're so ambitious that they feel that if they talk about it, it's going to ruin their career. And they may have a point. They may have, they probably are indebted through mortgages and have family commitments as well. They're actually in a very difficult situation because morally and ethically they're conflicted, and that sets them up for illness. Their immune system will not like that one bit. It will set them up for addictions, drink and drugs, and in fact one of the addictions may be material gain, which will get them into more debt. So here we've got the area of willful blindness. And as we go down, but to a greater part of the population, we have those who really just don't know. If they've got an inkling, they don't feel they have any power at all in changing the system. And those are the people who are have a degree of cognitive dissonance. In other words, they don't really understand what's going on, they don't have time to look, and they're the part of the general population. Now, if we are to do our job properly, it is these people that we need to become aware of the situation. In New Zealand it's somewhat difficult because so many people are rather diffident to this information. They'd rather it go away, they would tend to turn away, and there's a degree of apathy. But it's actually through this group that we are going to make sure that this situation doesn't arise. It's through this group that they will begin to identify there are these people in their midst, and either the good people will leave the corporations, or they'll dob these others in with the support of many others. This is why this whole study of this dark side, this psychopathy, is so important, and how it will lead to great change and awareness, and I believe a happier future. And just one more thing to tie it all together. This pyramid here, of course, exists, as we've said, in the corporate sector, in the world's financial sector, in the legal system, and in the media, which of course is corporate media, mainstream media, owned by 5 or 6 main companies. Corruption in the corporate field is not reported on by the media, because of their own corruption, but also because the media has lawyers which prevent very powerful structures like this suing them. So they might as well get together and join in what we would call a conspiracy, even if it's a conspiracy of silence. And the lawyers themselves are sort of protected in the system, because the higher you get up, the more corruption there is, and therefore they feel safe, because their corruption will be covered by somebody even more corrupt. So that's the way the world seems to be working at the moment. You know, the politicians and the prime ministers and the presidents are down here somewhere. Remember that. That it's pretty well irrelevant who you vote for, because it's not going to impact on this at all. But the way to do this is through this social media, through this awareness, because of the numbers. It's a numbers game down here. And more are becoming disillusioned with the mainstream media, disillusioned with the greed of the corporations, and disillusioned with the lawyers and the judges who seem to have lost their honour, even though they call each other your honour. So there's a great awakening. This is somehow driving us to becoming more smart. And so together we are changing this, and if we don't, of course, all this house of cards is going to collapse, and it's going to fall right on everybody below in all aspects. And it's going to destroy our planet, which it's busy doing. So welcome to the world and your place in it, and your saving place in it. Thank you. Bye. Welcome back. This is a piece called The Psychopath as a Hypnotist, and it accompanies a blog I've just done called That Old Black Magic. So here we go. I'm reading it because it keeps me focused, this time anyway. Not all hypnotists are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are hypnotists. Sure, the stage hypnotist has an act in which he convinces his subject of a lie, has entitlement, albeit with the subject's permission, and for the show anyway appears to have little conscience or concern, but of course it's all done with humour. The audience loves it, participates in the energy, laughs at the stupid person turned into a donkey or whatever, but they know it's a joke, a show, white magic, entertainment. But if the person remains as a donkey, in the donkey mode or whatever, as a cabbage or turnip or whatever, or didn't give his permission, the whole thing would be pretty sinister. And so with the psychopath it is sinister, it's black magic. Those who met Adolf Hitler felt the gaze of his eyes run straight through them. Women would faint in his presence. In one of his autobiographies, Stephen Fry relates a story told to him by journalist and raconteur Alistair Cook, who said ambulances followed Hitler to his speaking venues to treat those who were so overcome. Alistair Cook was actually there witnessing this in Germany in the 30s. Now, the television age, television, has greatly helped the celebrity and corporate psychopath. Remember, Narcissus's reflected image in the pond was only in 2 dimensions, and it stared back at him and eventually contributed to his demise. Jimmy Savile presented one 2-dimensional image of himself to the public on TV. A jovial, rather eccentric man of the people, fixing the common man's problems, raising money for charities. Jim will fix it. Trust me, and not the Jimmy Savile, UK's most serious ever predator, paedophile and necrophile. So we look at the flat 2-dimensional screen, and staring back at us is a 2-dimensional character, smiling, well-dressed, presentable. See, I'm not well-dressed, so couldn't be me.
but watch it. All this is false. We enter a suggestible mental state, but we willingly turn on the TV, we willingly participate in our coming unconsciousness. Of course, not all TV presenters are psychopaths, but this form of media has a higher percentage, as do corporate CEOs. So beware of corporate CEOs who personalise their corporation by appearing on their own TV adverts. Not all are psychopaths, obviously, but the chances increase. So how does the psychopath hypnotise his or her prey? Well, he has a convincing mask of charm, maybe a smile, maybe a couple of dimples, a facade. He or she sucks you in with his eyes. I'll talk about he from now on to make it simpler. Seduces you with his easy ways. You fall under his spell. As for body language, well, forget it. The psychopath is a master actor. He believes his image, his lies and his own bullshit. Lie detectors and body language experts will likely not detect a thing. A deep intuition may alert you to danger, but deeply intuitive people can also be the most trusting and empathetic. Under his spell, intuition can be destroyed. So the corporate CEO psychopath will razzle-dazzle you when he meets you for your interview. He will look you in the eye and may even squeeze your hand with a strong but soulless handshake. For some time you'll be under his spell until you see him change. You see the crack. You maybe hear the yelling through his office door. This is why they live upstairs maybe in their offices. So once you cotton on to the gaslighting, the damage to lives and lies, once you realise why executive after executive has left year after year or month after month, once you observe the sickly fawning behaviour of the sycophants that remain, the willfully blind, once you observe those who used to be like you, cognitive dissonant, under hypnosis, once this happens, watch out. He will turn with a viciousness unlike anything you have ever experienced, because this is how he gets his kicks. The control, the lies, the gaslighting, all that to him is like frivolous fun. How he gets his real kicks is from the humiliation of his prey. He is addicted to the destruction of the once hypnotized. He's a sadist. Of course, the same black magic plays out in any close encounter with a psychopath, in your personal life or in your job. The result is that the victim is deeply traumatized, prone to anxiety, depression, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, harmful addiction to drugs or alcohol, chronic illness, blood pressure, heart disease, even cancer can be switched on, and of course suicide. Ever wondered why we here in New Zealand, in paradise, have such a high suicide rate? Not all those committing suicide, of course, have been affected or are under the direct control of a psychopath. But the dark disease is out there. A virus in the atmosphere manifesting a soulless greed and making our young people confused, dismayed, and question the meaning of their lives. They may see and perceive the majority of the population trapped and consumed in an hypnotic trance, unable to see their pain that they are suffering. Our judge was either a willing accomplice to our psychopathic predator, or willingly submitted to be put under his spell. The only other possibility is that he was, how would I say, a bit dim. This month in New Zealand we are being asked to vote for men and women to lead our country. We have a general election. So we need to ask ourselves first, of course, is this man or woman that we see here in front of us, often on TV, a psychopath? So we Google and we search. Of course, this is mostly unlikely. At the most, 5% or so will be psychopaths. But more importantly, we should be asking ourselves, how hypnotized are they? The chances are that this will be a much larger number, and that they will be under the same spell, whatever party they apparently represent. Recently, an ex-Prime Minister from the National Party, which is our Conservative Party here, has come out publicly saying the policies that he presented to the public here, which were carry on from a previous government, were the policies of neoliberalism, a freedom that would apparently have a trickle-down effect from the top to the bottom of the economy. He has said that this has been a failure. He talks about the greed that has consumed our politics and our politicians and our companies, and threatens to consume the people. He now, after 25 years, can see what this has done to us and the Western world and how it is not sustainable. Good on you, Jim. The Native Americans call this virus Wetico. I've so many times talked about this wonderful book by Paul Levy, Dispelling Wetico. In this he describes the psychopath as being the shadow cast by Wetico. The psychopath is consumed by Wetico and is its most infectious agent. The psychopath is worse than Typhoid Mary, for instance, the Irish cook who unknowingly infected 51 people with typhoid in the New York area 100 years ago or so. Worse even than Peter Marwawi, the Kenyan musician who in New Zealand in 1994 knew he had HIV/AIDS and continued to have unprotected sex with 5 women, passing on the virus onto 2. So we form committees upon committees to examine just why our young are in the state of constant anxiety, depression, why antidepressant prescriptions are at an all-time high, and why so many of our young are committing suicide. The people who form these committees are intelligent, well-intentioned men and women in smart suits, sitting round tables, writing endless reports and endless suggestions. It's a bit corny to say this, but they're missing the proverbial elephant in the room, and I apologise to an elephant associating with such sadness that we're talking about here. It's as if those fine people that are investigating this really don't get it, don't see the elephant. It's as if they're also in a hypnotic trance. And as I say in my blog, and you can find the link again below, I wish getting them to wake up and getting everybody to wake up was as simple as what a hypnotist does, is clicking his fingers. I wish it was as simple as me clicking my fingers. Well, it's worth a go, but I don't think so. I think the way to do it is by deeply understanding this virus and how we can all be sucked into this darkness and infected by this darkness. So that's something we have to go deep within to find. But once we find it, once we identify it, we need to express this with head and heart. And between the head and the heart, we need to use our voices. And each each of our individual perspectives on this. This is only my perspective on it, I assure you. And the more people that speak out, the more people that join together, the more likelihood is that we can turn this around, and it will be reflected in our health and the health of our nation, and hopefully less suicides and less people being hypnotised. Thank you very much. Bless you all. See you later. Cheerio.
So what's the difference between a psychopath and a spermatozoan? Okay, well, a sperm has a 1 in 50 million chance of becoming a human being. You're quite right, that was originally talking about lawyers, but you can see that we're not too far off. Okay, so now we go into original material. So, you can heckle me, because I can't hear you. Okay. So how many psychopaths does it take to change a light bulb? Well, the answer is none. They're not interested. They prefer gaslighting. Okay. Now the last bit of this, because it won't be a long video, is a story. Okay. And it's hopefully a touching and funny story. And okay. Well, it's about an empath and a psychopath who walk into a bar. Not an iron bar, it's better than that. Okay. And just for the sake of the story, for no other reason, the empath is called Gavin and the psychopath is called Bert. Anyway, they walk into the bar and there's a bit of a queue to get to the bar. So Gavin the empath turns to Bert the psychopath, and then they've known each other for a long time. They said, well, and Gavin says, well, Bert, I've been thinking about you. It couldn't be much fun being a psychopath. That you may feel that initially you have friends, but you lose them very quickly when they see through your facade. And I know you like belittling people and seeing them suffer, but really that's just an addiction, and I know that it's painful for you because you have to keep doing it and you have to see more and more people suffer because you don't have heart feelings like the rest of the population. You don't have a conscience, and you maybe not be able to listen to a bit of music and get that feeling that we have, or look at a sunset. And anyway, Gavin looks back and looks at Bert, and he sees at the corner of the psychopath's eye a little tear running down the side of his hand. And whether Bert usually is like this, and posturing and posing, his shoulders slump a little bit. And Gavin said, the empath said, are you all right? And Bert says, gosh, he said, I didn't know anybody in the world cared about me that much. So Gavin turns to him and said, well, yeah, it couldn't be much fun. And, they don't realise that you, as a child, faced all this abuse. In fact, the only way that you could sort of make it in life and at school was to lie and to cheat. You didn't have a choice in this. And Bert, the psychopath, looks at him and said, that's right, and I wish more people understood this, more people understood. And Gavin turned to him and said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to get buy you a drink. What do you want? What would you like? And Bert said, well, look, I'm overcome by this. He said, I think I'll have a double scotch, one of those single malt scotches, maybe Glenmorangie, that's been in oak barrels for 20 years. I'll have a double if that's all right, thank you. And Gavin the empath said, okay, yeah, I think so, because I think this could be the start of something, this could be the start. So Gavin goes to the bar, he queues up a little bit, gets himself a little shandy, and gets Bert this top shelf double scotch with a little bit of ice in a beautiful glass, and he brings it back to Bert, who's waiting there sort of a bit impatiently, but better than he usually was. He says, well, there you are, Gavin says to Bert, there you are, Bert. Would you like to, this is from the top shelf, I'm sure you'll like it. And Bert says, looks at it and he can't believe it. He said, thank you, well this is amazing. Now fuck off. Okay, and that's the end of it. So that's the end of my story. Yeah, probably we'll return to some more serious matters next time. See you later. Thank you. Bye. Today I was going to talk about how we can both detect a psychopath, and I've talked a bit about this before, but also how we can be in a position of power over them. After all, they have the power over us when we are not alerted to them. So if we pick them early, then the power shifts back into to us, and so we don't become the prey and the victim. It has become sort of fairly obvious to me that one thing ancient cultures, and in fact the more indigenous cultures, have over us Westerners, particularly us English and possibly New Zealanders, is that they use their whole body to assess a situation. I in fact have written about this in 3 books because it's the basis of Chinese medicine and Ayurvedic medicine, which sees the brain as actually a filter of consciousness, but the whole body as an antenna to something greater. And this is our potential, and in fact most of us begin to realize this as we get older, but the psychopath, or the narcissistic personality disordered, is at a disadvantage to us here, because they tend to be disconnected. In fact, just talking about the brain, which is just still a small part of our anatomy, their brain is very disconnected. The amygdala, the hippocampus and the frontal lobes all seem to be disconnected, and yet the only thing firing is this primitive dopamine reaction to seeing us squirm. So we have an advantage of feeling their presence much more than they can feel our presence. In fact, they'll be studying us quite intensely with their eyes, and we'll talk about the eyes in a minute, because they're forever learning how to behave like a human being to fool more human beings, and they get away with it a lot. Because they study us, they study body language. So those people who say it is very useful to study body language, and that somehow will help us detect a psychopath, I will say I don't think so, because the seasoned psychopath, seasoned since a very early age, possibly birth, will have studied body language to a point that they are the master actors, and they can fool us. But what they can't fool is our feelings that run through us. Of course, if that feeling is fear, and that's what they try to induce, it's very difficult for us to converse with them. In fact, they know that, because they don't have all this integrated circuitry. They can fire off in one particular area and know they can befuddle us. So when we're in the presence of them, our words won't come so easily, but our whole body will recoil, if you like, and feel. And as I've said before, that puts us in a difficult situation, so we need to take stock of this and then talk to others. So it is this is our advantage. Our advantage is that we do feel in an integrated way, not just head, heart and gut, the 3 brains people talk about. Far more interesting than that. It's a communication between literally trillions of our cells into our very being. I was listening to Thomas Sheridan recently talking about the eyes of a psychopath, and I found this fascinating, and certainly it was our experience that a psychopath will look you in the eye, and they'll be studying you, but will look with a certain coldness. And this may take some practice and skill to discover, to look into people's eyes and discover whether they're genuine or not. I don't think the eyes fool us. There's a sort of steely insensitivity in the eyes, and the person can be very well presented, well dressed, smiling their smile, but the eyes do not carry the deep soul that we would expect in another person. And somehow those feelings from our eyes can be transmitted through our system, and we can feel uneasy. And in that situation, of course, the best thing is to stop communication and talk to others about it. But if not, and like so many of us are stuck in this situation, then we, I suppose, take some solace and comfort that we do have these other senses. We do have the ability to appreciate love and great art and music and beautiful colours that they don't. And ultimately, by the general population knowing this, we can in fact eliminate from our lives this very small proportion of inadequate human beings who are predators and have tended to make the rest of us feel uncomfortable, but no more. Please subscribe down here, press the subscribe button please, and comment and tell your friends so that we can all join in this conversation. Bless you all. Bye.